Easy guys, what's cracking? Easy. Do a quick audio check. Camera a little bit wonkers. Okay. Easy. Do a quick audio check. Camera a little bit wonkers. It's all good anyway. There we go. Will it seem fine? Right, let's get in and let's get cracking. Get a new dude. Rock and roll. Straight in. Nice rain map to start off with. We're on Spider. A long one. Here we go, just as I say it. We'll go that way after all. That was a torso shot. That was a torso shot. How did he survive that shit, bro? How could he possibly survive that shot, bro? It's cheating, bro. Another health hacker, bro. Health hacker. There's no way, possible way you could have survived that without trading. Impossible. Impossible to survive that without trading. Health hacker. What excuses are people gonna make that he's not health hacking? The health hacking epidemic with shotguns, man. This has been happening a lot off stream as well. A lot. There's no way this is survivable. Like even there, like, oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna have to chop it out. Um. I have to chop it out. Again, how many times am I gonna get screwed with these these micro adjustments that always seem to just occur right at the very fraction of a second? Plus, how did he get the time to fucking reload to get the shot out, man? Like whenever I go down in the 5 seconds to reload a fucking single shot shotgun, man. Like, I always end up fucking at least having to dodge at least one shot, man, to get out. But this guy was able to just quickly reload. Plus, his reactions are like fucking bullshit anyway. This less than less than 1 KD. Dude has 15 games on a 12-year-old account. Level 9 account. Pretty sure I've feel like I've been killed by this dude before, man. "36 games on a 10-year-old account." Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. 19 games on an 11-year-old account. "34 games on a 17-year-old account." Private profile. I don't know. I don't know. Our DPI setting on anyway. DPI setting might have been on 3400 instead of 1600. Because when I tabbed out and clicked it, it said 6400 and only clicked it once. So I thought it felt a little bit loose. So I think it was my DPI might have been on 3400. If I go to 3400, yeah, I think it might have been on 3400. Just feel a bit loose and floaty. Might have been. I don't know. Did I double press it? 1600 is where it's at anyway. These one frame micro adjustments that keep happening to me, man. I'll be making a video next week. Anyway, next Wednesday I'm gonna make an old style Filth of Hunt Showdown classic. But it's got all these shots where it's just blatantly like something weird's going on with hit detection or like health hacks or something. But a whole bunch of these shots where it's just like you can't even argue against it, man. But we'll take a look see. Got a few of these clips, at least like a good like 4, maybe 5 clips of very suspicious how are they surviving this shit like situations that only seem to happen offline more than online. A bit of a weird one. Yeah, and I need to do a few more videos just like that, just in general, just because so many much more like weird and suspicious things happen when I'm not streaming that you just don't see. Double, no. Run over to mill. That's good. Oh, there's one for a second. Another rain map as well, man. Fucking, is that it's going to be again back-to-back rain maps today? Is that me? In the walls. Zombie, bro. Right, onto livestock then, I guess. Well, scrapper speakers. Oh, shit. From how far away? Dude was just waiting for me the whole time. It's raining, by the way. a fucking barrel. Hold on. Dude, it's fucking raining. I know there's stuff going on, man, but the dude was waiting in the perfect place. It's not moving. Like, no one had come to this point either, so it's like, it's a bit of a weird point to come to. And the dude's just sitting there, like, seemingly like he had wall hacks and he was already there. It's like, he couldn't have spawned here. He didn't spawn here. So he must have come from Puerto Rico. He came from Puerto Rico across this way. But then, in the rain, heard me and stood in the absolute perfect position without ever making noise himself. And then I've just been sniped by some dude across the way who should never have known I was there. So this guy's obviously cheating from all the way over there, from this side of the fucking, from this side of the compound. Like, why would there be somebody on this side of the compound? There's no reason for anyone to be on this side of the compound without cheating. There's just no one, there's no reason for anyone to be there. That's the direction I came from. I came from this direction. No one was at this compound to take the point, so they came after the fact. So, like, how do you get to this position without wall hacks and you're maneuvering around people that you know are there? Like, why would you be there if you didn't have wall hacks? Yeah, well, instead of arguing about whether the fact that I'm standing there, you should be arguing about why is that player there? Why would he be there? Answer that question. Before insulting me, answer the question of why would that player be there? Heard the fight from where? Heard the fight from where? How much time to get into position and coming from the direction that I came from? Like, where would he have spawned to be in the position to get there from the gun sounds and come from the side that I came from? Whilst never making any noise that they were ever there either. Because they would have had to have moved from somewhere to get around the back of me. So where would they move in without making any noise? Because that's the direction I came from. So how did they get there without either, like, the only place they could have come from was... I started here, so I came across here to mill a number to get the point. If the other team came from Puerto Rico, where did the other guy come from? Blanchett, Graves? But where would they come from? But the other team was waiting for me. How did they hear me? The other team that was already there was waiting for me and burnt my necro because they were already in position waiting for me. So if the rain covers moving around, how did the team that initially killed me hear me to kill me? To sit and wait. Two people to move around without making any noise, sitting, waiting to take me out on the perfect angle to take me out without making any noise. And then another player who came from somewhere else. I spawned here. They must have spawned here. No one had got that point at the compound, so he couldn't have spawned here. And if he did spawn here and waited, then that means he has wall hacks and new people are on their way. So how did he get into that position? What do you mean, Blanchett? Here? So he came across all this entire way, so then how did he get there in the time that it would take? So he's gone to Blanchett, taken the point, and then instead of going to livestock, he's gone to middle lumber. You're saying that he'd gone there from the gunshots. How does he get there to there in that amount of time to be in the perfect position on the angle I came from to hit me? Or was he already on his way to the fight that was happening because he's got wall hacks? Which makes more sense. Which makes more sense. The dude's got wall hacks and was already on his way to the fight that was already about to happen. Or him changing direction from getting the thing at Blanchett's and getting there within the space of time of a gunfight happening. And running across around the backside and taking a shot. Knowing that I'm still on that angle as well. Like, how does he know I hadn't moved? How does he know the exact position where the gunfight was happening? If he's just going based off of noise. This dude who only has 65 games on a 20-year-old account. 640 hours on Hunt Showdown. 74 games, some of those will be free-to-play games. So he's basically got just over 700 hours on Cheetah Strike 2, just under 700 hours on Hunt Showdown, and then almost 4 hours on PUBG, and then co-op game, single player game, 30 hours in Counter-Strike Source, single player game, or single player co-op game, co-op multiplayer, but like, you know, racing games, not really like the first person shooter. This guy has almost zero like actual PvP time in any other game except for these 3 games: PUBG, Hunt Showdown, and Counter-Strike 2, which has less than 1,000 hours in 2 decades. 2 decades, 20 years, and you've only played games in 20 years is PUBG, Hunt Showdown, and Counter-Strike 2. In 20 years, 2 decades. In any PvP game that's within that 20-year time frame, he only has 30 hours in. Can we see any of the unlock dates of these achievements? Is there a way to see the unlock date for these achievements? I guess there's just no way to determine like when he actually got these achievements unlocked. Just because he doesn't have a lot of PvP games doesn't mean he can't beat you, Joe. Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah, it does, yeah. Because he's doing things that don't make any sense logically or possibly, yet the dude has no experience, yet somehow has 13-dimensional level IQ chess to be able to maneuver in a way that seems implausible for a below average 3-star rank with almost no PvP experience whatsoever. Yeah, it does. It does, Josh. It's just you're a liar, Josh. That's the only difference. You're disingenuous and don't hold yourself to the standard of logic. You operate on make-believe and what I want-isms. I'm not coping, I'm stating facts. I'm just emotionally emphatic about how what his actions lead to is not making any sense. So you're saying me being angry at the fact that this dude is clearly suspicious with both of his account and the way he's maneuvered around the map, and you're calling that cope. No, that's not cope. Cope is when you guys make excuses and don't have arguments. That's what cope is. Like, this isn't cope. This is me being unhappy about the facts, and you're calling it cope. It's a fact that people with less hours than you can't beat you without cheats. No, but it's likely that they can't. It'll be likely that they couldn't. But it's not just having less hours, is it? It's having literally no experience in PvP in 20 years on an account that's 20 years old. Like, again, you're just picking and choosing the facts to suit yourself. You're not doing what I do, and that's looking at all the points of the facts and then drawing a conclusion based on everything. You're picking and choosing and then trying to maneuver and reposition certain facts to look certain ways. That's why you're all disingenuous. It doesn't matter if he has as much as me or not. It's the fact that it doesn't make sense on a 20-year-old account. Again, you're excluding additional factors that you need to include as well. Otherwise, you don't get the whole picture. You get a mutated fake picture that you're trying to push as a genuine picture. That's not actually. Why are there people rolling up to my body this far into the game? Why is this guy ran all the way over to these bodies over here, bro? He doesn't have witness. Unlike you, Joe, people have jobs and other things that limit how often someone can play. Right, so, again, so what you're saying is, so people who don't have enough time to play, don't have enough experience as me, therefore will never be as good as me, because I have no life to play. You're assuming that because somebody has a job, they're magically able to get better at a game because they don't have time to play? Or do you think because they in their head think because they work and they don't have enough time to play games, they don't have enough time to get good, that gives them the right to use their money that they earn in a job to spend on cheats so that they can get an advantage because they don't have the time to play? No, not everyone can spot people who are standing out in the open. There are a bunch of logs all on one side. I'm standing behind a whole plinth full of like logs going up and down. There's only two sides which you can see me from. One in the front, one at the back. To my left is all water. No one's going to be there. There's only two avenues in which somebody can shoot me from, and it's a rain map with fog. So there's a limited amount of visibility that someone can actually see. Somebody would have to know I was there, move up and around on the perfect angle to get that shot. So it's not genuine. It's not righteous or correct to then make claims that I'm just standing out in the open and I'm an easy shot when I'm literally, there's only two angles I can be shot from. And it's a rain map in a fog map as well. So again, you're just excluding facts because it makes it better for you to pick and choose generic arguments or little pieces that you can take out and then change to something else to make it seem like it's something that it's actually not. I'm not standing out in the open where I'm got all angles on a 360 angle I can be shot from. I'm literally limited in which I can actually be shot from. And then you're being disingenuous about not acknowledging that fact. Well, what arguments are we going to use here for Dr. Nightscream running to this compound this late into the game to loot all of the bodies and he doesn't have witness? Yeah, but we've just gone over the fact that why would he be in that direction in the first place? Again, you're just conveniently forgetting the previous points. And this is what you guys do. You have one point that you can think of once at a time. You think in this point, when that point doesn't work, you move on to another point. But when you move on to the next point, you've forgotten the previous point. And then you go to the next point. And then when that one gets debunked, maybe because it relies on another point, you conveniently forgot that previous point. And that will mean you'll go back to another point, and then you'll go on that point again, and then you'll forget the previous point. All you can do is focus on one point at a time, and you are incapable of looking at all the points and making a cumulative conclusion based off all the points. You move from one singular point at a time, and when it gets disproven, you move to another point, and then when that gets disproven, you move to another point. And then sometimes you'll forget all of the points, you'll go back to original points that have already been disproven, and you'll start the chain going around in a circle all over again. And you'll never take the argument in its whole, in its entirety. That's why you'll always be wrong, because everything is based on cumulative effect of many points. Things don't happen in isolation or in a vacuum. Everything happens all together all at once. So until you realize that's how reality works, you're always going to be wrong. No, I'm looking at the point of view that is based on the actual facts. You're picking and choosing the facts that are convenient to the points you want to make. My points are conclusions based off the facts. You have a point you want to make, and then you look for points you can exclude in order to push the narrative you want. What you're saying I'm doing is what you're actually doing. I'm not doing that. I'm looking at all the points and what the facts are, and then asking questions. How have they done this? How have they done that? Looking at their account and then putting it all together, and it would lead to this is suspicious. So what are people going to say here about Dr. Nightscream running to a compound this late into the game on the edge of the map, coming to loot all of our bodies, and he doesn't have witness to know where dead bodies are? So how does Dr. Nightscream here know there's bodies over here to loot? Where's the projection? Instead of saying there's the projection, say how, what the projection, what's the projection? I've looked at my starting position, the position of where the enemy that originally killed me, that I killed, where they must have come from, the circumstances of the map, the weather and the conditions, the angle of which they shot me from, and their account and all other supplementary things such as that included into it, and then forming an opinion from those points. And then you guys are trying to dissect little points in and around that, and then make generic, vague terms that don't take account for other points that you've ignored. And then you're going to claim that I'm picking and choosing the narrative in order to push my points, when that's literally what you guys are doing. The account is absolutely fine. What's fine about a 20-year-old account that has about 1,500 hours of PvP game time in 20 years? And all of these games that he's playing are games that have only existed within the past like 5 years. Or 10 years at max, if you want to include Counter-Strike 2, also including Global Offensive. So up to 10 years of games with actual game time, PvP game time. Right, so but he must have had the account 10 years before Global Offensive. So what was he playing on in the 10 years of Global Offensive before Global Offensive came out? Maybe the kid's left home and now he's got time to play again. So what was he doing for 10 years with a Steam account that he wasn't using? So he created a Steam account and then played 30 hours in Counter-Strike Source, and then just got a kid and a job and couldn't play any games for 10 years. He had to wait for that kid to grow up to be 10 years old, right? And then he was left home at 10 years old, went and got a degree in university at 12 years old, moved out, got his own flat, been working since he's been 13, 14 years old, and then now he's had the time to now play 1,500 hours of PvP game. Life, these are just generic excuses. Just because you got life doesn't mean you can't play a video game. You could have thousands of hours in CS Source, seen in trap playtime for a couple of years. Could have, but could have, should have, but what else has he been playing? He hasn't got anything else tracked. And things tracked more than 10 years, like I've got stuff going back further than 10 years being tracked. He has got no other games that he owns. Don't I understand what I mean? I know people that have families and they still have time for video games. There's many people who literally play games and have families and they still are able to play games. Having a family doesn't exclude you from playing a video game. Like you can still play a video game. Like this whole myth of I've got a family is just a lie. Like anyone can make an hour or two a week to play a video game if they want to play a video game. The question is they're just not. That's just the difference. Those people are just not. And then want to make excuses they don't have time for. If you want to do something, you can make the time to do it. It's a choice. Spend the time with the kids or play video games. Anyone can put aside an hour or two to play a video game, even if you've got the busiest job in the world. We're just going to assume that this guy. Why do we have to make all these unlikely assumptions, guys? Why do you guys always have to appeal to the most unlikely of scenarios? Most people have families and kids. That's the vast majority of the world. And games are hugely popular. PvP games are hugely popular. People make time to play these games. You're literally trying to appeal to some fringe, like some dude's like a politician or a president or whatever, and he doesn't have time. Everything, he's such a busy, he's on the stock market all day. He doesn't have time for video games. Like you're making the least likely arguments just to say I'm wrong, rather than just dealing with common denominators and likelihood factors. Why do you always appeal to the least likely of scenarios all the time? It's not intellectually sound to always appeal to the least likely thing to happen. I've got a lot of friends I used to play with, like, I don't care, so do I, and it would trump what you're saying. So why am I going to believe what you're saying when I can see other people's lives and they've got time to play games. Even the ones that say they don't have time to play games, they do. They just don't. No, so again, but even if he doesn't have the time to play the games, how does he all of a sudden have the time to play games and be so much better than what should be below average 3-star rank? You just come back to that argument again. Even if we want to give you this least likely argument that this guy's working in the stock market and doesn't have time to play video games, we then have to rely on the fact that somehow he doesn't really play PvP games, but does things that like wouldn't seem to be below average 3-star rank. It would seem to be higher rank than that. From his point of view, no, it's based on the facts. No, what you're saying is based on your point of view. Your point of view is I'm wrong, and you're going to make all the excuses to say that this guy is normal or legitimate and ignore all of my arguments. When all my position is based on the evidence. And you're trying to say that it's my point of view. No. My point of view isn't something that I've concocted or manufactured. It's a conclusion based on the facts and the circumstances. You guys have a point of view, and then you search for the points and the facts that support your point of view. You're doing the opposite of what I do, saying it's what I do. What you're doing is projecting what you do onto me, when what I do is the opposite of what you guys are doing. You don't know the facts of this guy's life, but what does it matter? What does it matter if the guy works on the stock market and doesn't have time to play video games? How does he have the time to get good enough at the game to do things that would seem out of the ordinary for somebody who's below average skill level? But the facts aren't really relevant to the points being made. They're just a thing that you've isolated and want to focus on. And now that that point has been essentially completely discussed, I then go to the next logical progression of the point where that point that you've been focusing on doesn't actually matter when you take into account the other things. And now that I'm doing that, now you're trying to rearrange and forget the other point that has just been made and say, move on. This is what I say that you keep doing. You keep forgetting the point. As soon as one point goes on and the next point gets brought up, all of a sudden you're conveniently forgetting the points that have just been made. No. Again, now you're twisting things that are being saying. What you're saying isn't a fact. That's just your opinion, an excuse you're making about somebody else. We don't know that this guy works on the stock market. We don't know that this guy works on the stock market for 10 years and didn't have time to play video games for 10 years. We don't know that's a fact. That's just an opinion you guys are making. All I'm saying is that based on the further points, it doesn't really matter. That opinion that you have doesn't actually matter because they don't have enough time to be what would seemingly be better than an above average skilled player. But that's not a fact. You see, now you're being disingenuous by calling that opinion, that excuse making that you made, as a fact. It was never a fact. It's just an excuse you guys made. And now you're claiming it's a fact. So you're saying you're using facts. Yes, it's a fact that I was spawned in the top left of the map. It's a fact that I was killed by dudes that must have spawned from the right-hand side of the middle compound, and who presumably probably had wall hacks as well because somehow they knew I was there and waited in position without ever making any noise. And then you guys want to say that this guy must have come from Blanchett after hearing the gunfight and then somehow got into position within that space of time, even though that fact alone would make you think he was already on his way to the lumber mill, which was kind of out of his way from where he is on the map. So that seems unlikely he would have done that of his own volition and not gone more to the center of the map. You're saying he heard the gunshots, then deviated, but then somehow got into position behind me, knowing exactly the angle I was on to get the shot. So these are all the facts that I'm pointing to, right? These are all the facts that I'm basing my opinion off of. I wasn't out in the open. There was a block of wood on one side, water on the other side. There's literally only two ways I can be shot from. One way which I came from, and the other way in which another team came from. So it would seem unlikely that anybody would be coming on those sides to get me. So to say that I was out in the open is a lie. So Barney, why do you keep lying? I wasn't out in the open, was I? I was outside, but don't confuse outside for being in the open. You are. So were there not a wall of wood on my right hand side where I was standing? True or false? Barney. True or false? There you go. It's a yes or no answer, so it doesn't need to require an essay. You should have been able to respond already. No, no, no. I'm asking you, was there a block of wood going all the way up beyond my head height to my right hand side where I was standing? True or false? You can either say yes or no or true or false. It's an easy question. Doesn't require an essay. True or false? Yes or no? On the south facing, true, that's 25% of the angle. I don't know what you're saying. Like, true or false? Was there a block of wood blocking my entire right hand side? True or false? Right. But wasn't there water all on my left hand side as well, which no team could have come from? So, two of my sides, left and right. Well, no one's going to be walking in there. No one's going to be running in the water on the edge of the map. No one will be there. So, it's effectively cover because there'd be no one there. The ship in the middle of the lake isn't open by your logic. No, because nobody would ever be there. So there would never be somebody on the left-hand side where the water is to ever be taking a shot. No one would ever be there. So it's effectively cover because there'd never be an enemy there to be taken a shot from. So there's only two sides on which I could be shot from in front of me and from behind me. And I came from behind me and another team came from in front of me. So it would seem unlikely that there'd be another player around in that area. And this player that was there seemed to know I was still there, standing there, and moved in on me despite not really knowing that I am there. Bullets aren't Jesus, they can't go over water. Like Barney, like you'd miss. Is it true or false that a team would never be there? Would there ever be a player on the top side of the map standing in that water to take a shot? Why is it false? Why would anybody ever be there to take a shot from? On the top side of the map, why would anybody ever be there? Tactically speaking, why would anyone ever be there? The firefight literally stopped in the exact position you stopped. Yeah, but a lot of time had passed by the time that I had stopped. So how would they know I was still there and not moved? But it's not higher MMR. It's lower MMR. It's below average MMR. So he's using my Barney's now using his argument that I'm making. At high MMR, it's really common for people to go north side and play off the bank of the rank. We're not in high MMR. We're in low skill, below average rank, where people shouldn't be doing high MMR things. They should all be shit at the game. Well, no one assumes. Are we in 3-star MMR? True or false? True. We're in a 3-star MMR game, so why would we adhere to any type of knowledge or information that would exist outside of the circumstances that we're in? Why would we include things just because something that wasn't mentioned doesn't mean it needs to be mentioned? Only people who are evil do that. Only evil people do that. People who are on the same level, who are honest and on the, arguing from good faith, understand this is a 3-star game and the level of skill of players that should be there. And I don't think that would even happen in a high MMR game. No one's going to go up north all the way around and stay at the top there and take shots from across the wall. No one would do that, even in high MMR, unless they had no footstep cheats and wall hacks. He wasn't over there, but still doesn't eliminate the possibility. Well, it does eliminate the possibility. It effectively eliminates the possibility because it wouldn't really ever happen. So again, you're appealing to the least likely scenarios to make your arguments. Why do you guys keep doing that? Why can't you appeal to likelihood and what is probable? Why do you keep appealing to the least likely thing? We've got to appeal that this guy is working on the stock market and he doesn't have time to play any video games, and then we have to assume that there's high level lobby players in a low lobby MMR game, and we have to also appeal that people are going to make weird maneuvers and movements that would not be likely to happen. Like, why do we have to keep making these back-to-back least likely opinions and assumptions over and over again? Why can't we just take the most likely and obvious points and derive the most likely outcome? Doesn't that make intellectually sound sense? Again, I never said he doesn't have time to play games. You're just lying again. Well, that's the assumption, isn't it? Isn't the assumption that people have just been making here that he doesn't have time to play games, he has a life? Isn't that what people have just been saying in chat? Literally over and over again. So he probably chose to do other things in his free time. What's the difference? What's the difference between he has other things to do or he's working at the stock market? That is just an assumed, hyperbolic, sarcastic statement to say that he's got other things to do. We're not saying specifically he does work at the stock market. I'm making a joke of trying to pick a high, stressful job that's going to take up a lot of your time as a generic catch-all sarcastic response. And you guys, because you're evil, are going to pretend that you don't understand that's what's happening. Yeah, and that's what is implied by saying that he's working in the stock market for 10 years, and he's got other things to do. That's what we're implying here, and you're playing stupid as to what I mean. And only evil people do that. You know exactly what I'm saying, you know exactly what I mean, and you're deliberately trying to make out that I'm saying something else. It explains why they were there. It doesn't, but just because you have an explanation for why they're there, doesn't mean that it's something that would likely ever happen. You could say that those people at the top of the map, there'd never be any tactical reason or positional opportunity for a person to be in that position or ever put themselves in that position to ever make that shot. So you can say that it's possible, but it's highly unlikely it ever would happen. But like, why wouldn't he go straight up from Blanchett though? Why would he go to the middle? Why would he just go straight up or straight down or straight to the middle? Why would he come up? Even if you heard gunshots, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you even go up and go around the back? Not straight down the middle, not straight to the point. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, and no footsteps, no noise, no nothing that he was ever moving or positioning or whatever. Just doesn't seem likely that that's going to happen. Oh, 1 second. This dude here, the 3-star and the 1-star that were waiting on the angle. This guy's got 129 KD, basically brand new to the game. So another brand new player here who has great situational awareness, who has a random black dude. It's the random black dude cheater code that keeps appearing over and over again. He's got a cat rat as a friend here. So this dude that was waiting has almost certainly got wall hacks as well. This guy's got a game ban on his friends list here, another Russian Federation dude. Got Chinese name dude here. Anime style avatar. We've got another cat avatar here. Bad guy, bad underscore guy dot PNG. Just literally couldn't be any more obvious that he was a cheater. Dude in the balaclava, probably a cheater. We've seen this guy already. Got a fox here, Russian dude. Another Russian dude, or seemingly we've got the random numbers dudes here. This dude's clearly a cheater. Got a cat avatar dude here. Underscore dude here with the underscore dude giving the X symbol here. Another cat avatar there. So the dude that killed me the first time, who I suspected of having a wall hacks, because he was sitting on a position that he shouldn't have been able to know I was there without wall hacks, because like in the rain, I know you're hearing that shit, and he moved into that position without ever making any noise. So if he can hear me, I should be able to hear him. So somehow he was able to know I was there and send to position and fucking get the shot. And he's basically got a whole bunch of suspicious people on his account. We've got a bear here sticking out a tongue, I think, or something. I missed that. Oh, this one here. So another like a mockery avatar here. The previous one, not that one. But all these dudes here are super suspicious for cheaters. Cheater code names, not set up proper profiles. So these dudes are likely to be a cheater. So the first team that killed me was a cheater. The second dude that showed up was also likely to also be cheating with wall hacks. And if my first instinct on the first team seems to be correct based on their profile, then why wouldn't my instincts be also likely to be correct about the second dude that killed me? Racial profiling again. The dude's probably not even a black dude. He's just using a avatar of a black person, which is something that I keep seeing over and over again. I'm not racially profiling anyone. I'm not even assuming they're black. I'm just assuming they're using a code that they use to identify with other cheaters. Like when I see people with cat avatars, I'm not saying they're all cats, am I? I mean, people say that, like, why is racial profiling wrong anyway, or culture profiling? Like, profiling is literally very key to any kind of investigation, especially criminal investigations. You'll have profiles, and if certain people in certain areas engage in certain activities and they dress and they act a certain way, then you'll have a profile in order to identify those types of people, so that you know the type of people that you're dealing with. Like, profiling is very fundamental to like law enforcement and criminal prosecution and investigation. You kind of need to profile people. Like, you can't do it without profiling. It's literally a cornerstone of investigation. Can't do it without doing it. You're literally saying you're not allowed to use critical thinking and pattern recognition to have an investigation. You're literally trying to, the very tools that you need to investigate, you're telling people that it's wrong to have those and use those tools that you need to do in order to investigate anything. And like, this is another thing that where only evil people make these arguments, because evil people have a vested interest in removing the tools away from good people that they can use to enact law and order or to create a positive environment for people. Like, evil people want to remove the tools away from, no, you're not allowed to profile people. Can't use profiling. That will hurt people's feely wheelies. And if you hurt people's feely wheelies, that makes you a bad person if you hurt their feely wheelies. But they're all a bunch of drug dealers. They're all a bunch of criminals. They're all a bunch of axe murderers. Like, what? What are you talking about? You need to analyze the game from their point of view. I don't know their point of view. I only know my point of view. How can I analyze a point of view I don't have? How do I analyze a point of view that I don't have? You have to make unlikely excuses determining what their point of view is and then saying that's what it is. Well, we can all do that. We can all imagine that this dude works on the stock market, doesn't have time to do anything else, and hasn't played any games, and is just naturally talented at video games without ever having played any video games, and therefore can easily beat me in any type of scenario whatsoever. And we can all make these assumptions about his point of view, but we don't know if any of them are actually true. We can only argue from the points of view based on the facts that we do know. Incapable of, well, I don't have their viewpoint. I don't know their position. I can only look at the circumstances of the situation, can't I? That's what an investigation is. I can only look at the facts. I can't just make an assumption about what this person is and what they're doing and assume that must be true, because then it avoids a negative thing being said about them. That's not intellectually sound, and actually only allows evil to be done in the world and to exist. Because it means you can never bring anybody to justice, because you can always make the argument, but they're just a good person who's just been trapped by, they're a victim of circumstance. We should look at it from their assumed point of view that they did everything correct and did nothing wrong, and that there was no cheating or anything or any wrongdoing whatsoever. We can all assume, even if all the evidence suggests that wasn't the case, we can always assume the least likely possible thing ever happening, and then allowing potentially an axe murderer to get away with axe murdering a bunch of people, because you wanted to assume that it was the unlikeliest of scenarios, and then just appeal to that point of view must be true, because otherwise he's an axe murderer, and it would be wrong, even in the case that he was innocent in the 0.0001% that he wasn't the axe murderer. It will be wrong in that chance just to incriminate him to be an axe murderer if he wasn't, even if all the evidence makes it look like he is. But we don't have an assumption of facts, we have the facts. And the circumstances of those facts. You want to make a series of unlikely scenarios for each of the points, right? You got points that all add up to all being suspicious. You add them all up together and you go, suspicious, 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 all this suspicious stuff. But instead of like cumulatively putting all the suspicious stuff together and drawing your conclusion from that, you're going point by point and making the least likely excuse to argue and explain away every single point until you build up a very unlikely picture and think, well, it could be possible, therefore we must assume it because they could be innocent, and you could be damning an innocent person, even though you're literally appealing to all of the most unlikeliest things to ever happen. And that's just not intellectually sound or morally sound. And if you did that for everything in life, you just end up with a lot of murderers, rapists, and evil people everywhere doing evil everything all at once, all of the time. Because you'd never be able to bring anybody to justice, because you'd always be able to argue you'll be able to Saul Goodman everybody into a position of innocentness, and no one can be prosecuted or be brought to justice. No, you shouldn't be innocent until proven guilty. You should be innocent until, well, that was what I'm saying, but proven guilty is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, you can have all of the evidence together that makes it highly likely this person's a murderer, and you put them in prison. You've basically proven their guilt to all extent that you could possibly can, and have to put them in jail. You're saying, but no, there's a 0.000000001% that they might be innocent, therefore they should be let go, even though most of the evidence is very damning against them. There's still a thread that they could be innocent, therefore they should be let go. No, that's not how innocent until proven guilty works. Like, you're pushing a definition, like an idea or a phrase, to the absolute anal like view, which is what evil people do all the time. You're going, but technically there's a 0.0000001% that he could be innocent, and therefore he must be let go, unless it's absolutely proven. But you can't do that. No, there has to be certain criteria where it's like, look, there's just so much evidence that this guy would seem to be the guy. We have to do something about it. We can't just let the dude off the hook with so much evidence against them. But we have but all the evidence that I'm bringing up and all the arguments that I'm making seem more likely to be cheating than this guy's working on the stock market and doesn't have enough time to play games, but is naturally talented and does really weird maneuverings that only high-level MMR people will do, but he's not in high MMR, he's in low MMR. After also being killed by somebody else that also seemingly looks like they have wall hacks, and I have the same sort of sense. If I have the same track record and it always, it seems to be within that ballpark area, when is my intuition or instincts going to be a viable evidence or a contributing factor to whether or not I'm correct or not? There is no proof that they cheated. That's not the point being made. We're talking about likelihood and probability, so you're changing the point of the argument. We just literally said, like, innocent until proven guilty is a phrase in which you can't just say that there's a 0.0001% and say that person must be let go because there's a chance that they might still be innocent. No, you base it on, does the evidence overwhelm the chances of them being innocent, right? And that's exactly what I'm doing here. We're looking at all the evidence to see which is more likely, and then you're literally saying, but there's a chance that they might be innocent, even though people have literally just said moments ago that's what they were saying about innocent until proven guilty. Now you're switching and changing the definitions, what we just established literally moments ago. No, it's more likely they did not cheat. How? Based on what? The assumption is that they worked in the stock market and never had time to play any games, and that they're naturally more talented at games than I am, and therefore they're better at me with less amount of time played. who seemingly walk into position and go on weird angles and maneuverings for seemingly very contentious possibilities. And then you're saying that's more likely than a dude who barely has any PvP time on a 20-year-old account and is seemingly very strange that he would ever even come to the compound in the first place. You just have the opinion that it's more likely because that's your opinion, but you're just going to ignore the facts. No, it's not an assumption. What am I assuming? What's the assumption being made? Except for the fact that they're cheating. That's the only assumption. All investigation has to have some assumption. What assumption am I making? No. It's likely that he seems to be cheating based on all the evidence. You're saying, no, well, it's likely that he's not cheating because he actually works in the stock market, has a wife and kids, doesn't have time to play games, has had an account for 20 years, doesn't have time to play any games, but is naturally talented at video games and just knows what to do anyway to move and kill you in a below average skill level. And then you're saying that's more likely than just saying the dude's just cheating. Even though I was literally killed by another team that seemingly seemed to be wall hacking previously, who's associated with a very bunch of suspicious people with all the same code names and bands and whatnot that I would always point to. So if I was right on my first instinct that this guy was cheating, and the second dude also seemed suspicious in the circumstances in which how he showed up and killed me, then why wouldn't my instincts also be valuable and viable evidence to contribute to the circumstances that are already known factors? Why do we have to assume that he works in the stock market and doesn't have time to play games? Advertising not exact location, an approximate location. I never advertised my exact location. I advertised an approximate location. After which you stopped and this guy moved up without making any footsteps and got to an angle where he could take that shot from and assumed seemingly that I never moved. Again, you're making all these assumptions for him. You're making multiple assumptions on top of multiple assumptions. I'm just looking at the facts, and all the facts lead to one assumption, which is that he's likely to be cheating. You're making all these additional, like, supplementary assumptions that he must have done this, he must have been working in the stock market, he must have been taking the least safe route, he must be doing this, he didn't have enough, he's just naturally talented at video games and doesn't need a lot of experience that other people need. Like, you're making all these additional supplementary assumptions. I just have the one assumption: the dude's cheating, and all of the circumstances would make that appear to be true. And my instincts already seem to be proven correct on the first dude that killed me. That this dude's associated with a whole bunch of suspicious people, and his own account looks suspicious itself. So it would seem like my instincts seemingly seem to be on point. So why wouldn't they be on point here as well? But apparently the rain sounds don't hide them from me. Everyone can hear me perfectly, apparently. Everyone can hear me perfectly, move into position and snipe me multiple times, and I never hear anybody, but they can all hear me. So when I say that the first dude seemed to be in a position to kill me because I never heard them move into position to ever get me, so how did they hear me to move into position to kill me? It would seem like they had wall hacks, set into a position where they knew I was running along and then took me out. And then when we go to their profiles, when we go to the dude's profile, he has the code name, the code of a random black dude, which I've seen multiple times, which I'm on record pointing to, that there seems to be this new code of random black dude on suspicious accounts, or people saying they're from Nigeria or Niger, and we all know what they mean when they say that, right? So you got this constant code of referring to black people or having black people as avatars over and over again, and it's not the person who they are, because they're clearly just random people off the internet or whatever they got the pictures from, and that they're using them as avatars. The dude's probably not even black, but he's using them anyway, these as a code. And then when you go on their friends list, their friends list has dudes with bans on record, with a full stop in his name, like all the other cheater code names. And then he's got dudes with cat avatars, where the cat avatar dudes. We've got dog dude here, another dog avatar, like a dog cat hybrid or something there. But we've got a cat dude here. We've got a cat avatar here. Got another cat avatar here. We've got a hyphen dude here. All with hardly any games on like decade-old long account. Another cat avatar cheater code name shit here. We've got the numbers of accounts that haven't been set up properly. We've got underscores in the name doing the X, the X sign, XXX sign that the cheaters always like using as well. We've got another cat avatar here, also from Russia. We've got underscore cheater code name stuff here. The dude who only has 2 games on account with a random black dude as an avatar again with underscore in his name. And then you've got a random dude here, another Russian Federation dude. I don't know how many hours this guy's got. I don't know what, I thought it was a cat for a second, but it's not. Underscore dude here hasn't bothered to set the profile up properly. We've got a dude over here who's got it's a comma. I thought it was a full stop, but I guess a comma is probably cheater code name as well. 5 games on a 12-year-old account here. We've got Asian name here with other weird shit on it, man. This is a fair amount of games, 123, but it is a 10-year-old account. For 100 games is not that many games. What else do we have? We've got underscore dude here. I think I already clicked on that one. I don't know what that is. We've got another question mark dude here, and he has 2 games on a 5-year-old account. So he's got basically a whole friends list full of people with using the same sort of code names that I point to all the time. No, it's not. It's called watching out being gang stalked. It's called investigating, when people look at the evidence and look at people's profiles. That's what people do when they investigate a crime or something. They look into the people and their associates. That's what they do. And you're calling that being gang stalked, just so you can spin a negative perception onto it, because that's what evil people do. It's like watching DSP, but like DSP's like well, DSP's trolling for 1 second. I mean, you guys think like DSP's like legit like stupid or being bad at games. The dude's like literally like a mastermind trolling everybody. He's probably friends with the people that make his counter. DSP is 100% trolling. You're all just not smart enough to know that he's a mastermind troll. He probably owns or is associated with all of the channels that make all of the videos and rehost his content. But he has a whole network where he plays the character DSP, but he's like mutually involved with all of the counter DSP channels that make all the money. It's the counter DSP channels that make all the money. DSP doesn't really make any of the money. He plays the character role. He's probably associated or networked with all the, with at least some of the counter DSP channels, and that's how he actually makes his money. Well, it's easy to play a stupid idiot when you're not a stupid idiot. You ever heard the phrase, the wise can act the fool, but the fool can't act the wise? It's easy for a smart person to play dumb than it is for a dumb person to play smart, right? You reckon? I don't think so, man. You see so many things where it's like you can't be that stupid without knowing what you're doing. It's like Carl Pilkington, if anybody knows who Carl Pilkington is. Carl Pilkington's just an act. Like, Carl Pilkington isn't really that stupid. He plays an act of a stupid person. Like, Carl Pilkington is just a character. Oh, there's somebody running to my right for a second then. But apparently not. Any way I can go that doesn't have a fucking bunch of birds. Yeah. I'm not trolling, man. Like everything I'm saying is basically the truth. I'm not lying or being disingenuous about anything that I'm saying. You guys just say I have to be because you just don't like my position. You either don't like my position or you have a vested interest against my position. You just don't try to figure out why someone will be there. No, it's not. It's not about figuring out how somebody will be there. That's just you creating a nice catch-all phrase to appeal to the least likely explanation, rather than looking at the facts and making logical likelihood arguments based off of the facts. You're not trying to figure out why somebody will be there. You're literally trying to find them an excuse that explains why they would be there without them cheating and appealing to that as the position. That's what you guys do. I'm just looking at the facts and making the most likelihood arguments based off the facts and the circumstances of everything, including the likelihood of just running into a cheater in the game in general. You guys are like, despite all of the evidence, despite the circumstances, despite cheating being more popular than ever, we're going to find at least something that might seem likely, not likely, but would seem possible that they're not cheating, and then just appeal to that, no matter how unlikely it is, and just appeal to the least likely explanation, and then call that being intellectual or being correct or anything like that. It's just ridiculous. It's absurd. What are you talking about? Why would I try and figure out a least likely position of why somebody isn't cheating rather than just looking at the facts that would seem like they are cheating? Why would it be intellectually sound to go against the evidence? How is it that you run into cheaters in every game where you are dropped? How likely is that? If everybody is cheating and the vast majority of the player base is cheating, then it would be common for you to be killed by a cheater pretty much every single time that you died. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be likely. It would be hugely likely. How do you know that the vast majority aren't when cheating is more popular than it's ever been? How many times do I have to go over the percentage chance likelihood of having cheaters in your game, in a game of Hunt Showdown? We can do the percentage of how many people need to be cheating in order to have cheaters in your game. It's like 10% to have like multiple cheaters in like basically every game or every other game. Multiple cheaters, 10% of the player base. You don't think what 10% of the player base isn't cheating when cheating is a multi-million-dollar industry? 10% is literally, most people would even agree it was 20% is logically is about the right place. And if you've got 20% of people cheating, then you're going to have 3, 4, 5 cheaters in every game of Hunt in nearly every single time you play Hunt Showdown. If it's 20%. So then tell me how likely would it be to get killed every time if you've got literally anywhere between 1 and 5 cheaters in every single game of Hunt that you play? How do you know I don't understand numbers? You're just saying that. How don't I understand numbers? I was running the other way. 10% cheating, they're not going to be in all the time. No, if 10% of the player base, all people in the world are cheating, then you'd have 1 or 2 cheaters more or less every single game if 10% are cheating. It's 10%. It's a worldwide statistic. It'll be always 10%. Do you not know how percentages work? You're talking about how I don't know how numbers work. Do you not know how percentages work? Tell me how percentages work then, man. So 20% of the population is anything. What does that mean? Like, if it's 20% of the population or anything like that, then no matter the situation, it's going to be roughly 20% all of the time. Yeah, there could be variance here or there, but as a general rule of thumb, it's always going to be 20%. So if 20% of the population cheat, 20% of the whole population doesn't play Hunt Showdown. But if you take the microcosm of the people that do play Hunt Showdown, it's still going to be 20% of that population, more or less. 10% of the player base is cheating. That 10% of cheaters would have to be on all the time. No. It'll be 10% of the population at any time. You don't know how percentages work. Barney, you're wrong. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, get invisible wall here. It's not, oh, 10% of people are cheating all the time, but those 10% wouldn't always be on. No, it's 10% of the population are cheating. So even if you take out some of the cheaters that aren't playing at that time because they're at work or whatever, so are the people in that region as well. It's still going to be 10% of the population regardless. So it's going to be 10% of whatever the number is, isn't it? That's how percentages work. It's not excluding and making exceptions and reasons around that. If 10% are cheating, then it'll be 10% regardless of what the current player base number is playing the game. It's going to be around 10%. You're assuming that the 10% of people who are cheating are always all doing the same things together at the same time. So wherever the cheaters go is going to affect that percentage. No, that's not how it works. It'll be 10% of the population. So therefore it'll always be 10%. Because there'll always be, when people aren't cheating because they're at work, there'll be cheaters to replace those cheaters who aren't at work and they'll be cheating. So it'll always be 10%, won't it? Not 10% of the cheaters, it's 10% of the population. Yeah, it literally is how that works. So if 20% of the population cheat, that includes everybody in all regions. So it doesn't really matter if 30,000 people play Hunt Showdown. That's not the entirety of all cheaters in the world. It's just the people that play Hunt Showdown. But that people who play Hunt Showdown is still a microcosm of the population. So even though it's only 30,000 of the population, of which 20% of people cheat, it's still going to be, or translate to, 20% of the 30,000 people will be cheating. So it doesn't really matter what time schedule the cheaters are on, it's still going to be affected by the 20% of people are cheating in that player base. So it doesn't really make a difference if they're time regions or time differences or anything like that. It's a percentage of the population. You guys, like, don't know how percentages work. I just love how it's always the world and never you. Why can't it always be the world as you claim? Like, why can't it be? Don't you think that sooner or later, at some point in time in history, one person is going to be right against the entirety of the world? You think that that could never happen? This completely ridiculous straw man that you've just invented about the world that I'm against. When we're literally just talking about percentages and like number probabilities. Ooh. What? Dude, that first shot should have been a kill shot. We've got some fucking health hackers here, bro. Got the health hackers. Everybody got the health hacks on, I think. Everybody got health hacks, mate. Oh, a little bit of the old 1-2 there. GG, guys. I didn't make a straw man. What? So you're saying that when we're talking about a percentage, about 20% of the world cheating or whatever, you then have to make this completely nonsense argument about me against the whole world argument and telling me that's not a straw man? Yeah, straw man's when you take somebody's argument, misrepresent it, and then make out that's the person's actual argument, and then proceed to debunk that argument so it looks like you've beaten them, and then claim victory on that person when you've actually not even argued their argument. So when we're talking about percentages of cheating, you somehow deviated to build that I'm always arguing about the world. It's always the world's fault and never your fault, even though I'm only ever arguing based on what the facts say and making logical conclusions based off the facts that we do know. You've then taken that, misrepresented it as to mean the world, and then built this straw man that somehow I'm doing something completely ridiculous than what I'm actually doing. Yes, you have built a straw man and then proceeded to use that straw man to say, look, you see, he argues against the world. It's always the world's fault, and it's never him. He's never taken accountability for himself. Just forget the fact that the actual perception is, I'm just looking at the facts and making the most logical arguments based off of it. Even if I could be wrong in some circumstances, I'm still making the most likely position to be true. And you're going to say, no, that's not true. What he's actually doing is blaming the world for his problems and not identifying his own mistakes when he should be blaming himself and not the world. That's what you're trying to do. You're taking what I'm actually doing, then building this false perception, this straw man, and then parading this straw man out to everyone else, saying, look, this is what Joe Blue does. This is what Joe Blue is. And it's just not true. It's a complete straw man. Shouldn't have stopped. Oh, I shouldn't have stopped there, man. I should have kept moving, maybe. What? Nice fall damage there. Reckon, I mean, it's about time that maybe like Crytek just made like fall damage a little less lenient. I mean, was he in range to know that I self-revived? Could he have heard the self-revive? Did he see the self-revive? Did he just assume the self-revive? Or did he have wall hacks and he knew that I self-revive. Not a single footstep or any movement or anything that player was ever there as well, by the way. Why? Does he think they're gonna self-revive or something? Like, I don't know, like, seems a bit weird. Bit of a waste of a hive bomb there. Like, a very useful hive bomb, especially when there's fucking concertina traps and everything fucking blocking this fucking building here. The hive bomb might come real handy to, like, flush people around so that you can actually find and push your way inside the compound. But we've got ourselves a sweaty scope player here who's going to sit on the outside like a fanny hole. The game has trained people to ensure that other people stay down after they are allowed to self-revive for single players. That would be quite stupid not to expect that. Yeah, but it's like, haven't these people died? Like, what makes him think that the person has self-revived? I mean, hive bomb. Dude could have just stayed and waited. The dude, like, wasted a hive bomb just to move around faster. Sweaty ass player, bro. But the that dude in the I don't know what the skin's called, but the voodoo lady skin. Is it the Nightbringers? No, it's not the Nightbringer, is it? Is it the voodoo lady? It's not the voodoo lady skin, is it? It's the other one, isn't it? It's not the voodoo one. It's voodoo adjacent, I guess. Voodoo adjacent skin. It's not really a probability thing though, is it, Zimmy? It's like, you've literally, heard two people get killed, which I killed. I then got killed by them, knew that I self-revived, sorry, killed by the other dude, seemed to know that I self-revived, so they know that I burnt self-revive. So what do they have to think in terms of probability to waste a hive bomb on the possibility that he might have self-revive still? Like, they could have just stayed and waited if they cared. And not waste a precious resource. That's like entirely on a leg. Like a leg. This is a leg, right? Or is it wood? No, it's not a leg, it's the it's this pouch thing. Um I think it's just the upper shoulder shot, actually. Fair enough. I feel like I'm sick and tired of the Spectre now, I think. Um, bleeds. Okay, we're going bleed round. Okay. Got the wrong things on here. Did I not just fucking equip fucking weapons on this fucking dude? Who am I equipping weapons on? Holy shit, bros. Oh, did I not equip it across? Ah, right, yeah, okay. That makes sense. This fucking contraband. He assumed you hate teammates. I don't know what you mean by that, Barney, bro. But he saw me self-revive, though, innit? So, presumably, saw me self-revive. We never did look at this guy's profile, anyway. This is the dude who killed me the first time, Ultimate Free Man. He's got 1.43 fucking KDs. That's suspicious. I think this guy would have shot me if I stopped moving or carried on moving. 214 hours, 89 games on a 21-year-old account. This guy looks sus, bro. Master of Rifles. Oh, like all these fucking numbered dudes who have like probably had their names changed or banned with the red and blue fucking border that always seems to comment on people's profiles. I think this guy's a cheater. Black cat, no brain. That's a wall hack user. It's a fucking a dude with a cat avatar saying it. This is a dude with a cat avatar saying black cat hyphen no brain. Or the cheater code names calling the other dude a wall hacker. I guess it takes one to know one. I guess. The other guy, where is he? Where's the other dude? Oh, is this the guy? I thought his name was something else. Is that not him? I downed this hunter. So... Oh, I fall damage, wasn't I? I died to fall damage, didn't I? I don't know who the dude who shot me was. Because of those changes that Crytek made. So you can't see the people who shoot at you anymore. Shit. Literally, you're making the least likely arguments, man. If somebody gets up that quick within 5 seconds after being shot on top of a rooftop, it's probably likely that they use self-revive in it and not a teammate that necroed them. I'm switching to the slate man because I just feel like, I don't know, man. Like I keep getting these like shots that don't fucking kill or like slight deviations and weird changes, man. Felt like I was more consistent with the slate man. I feel like I don't know what's going on. Am I not just finding a match here, man? Fucking hell. I connect to the internet. Who was this dude then? I downed this hunter. That was, oh right, yeah, it was the first dude. Yeah. Is brand new to the game player here. Dude has fucking 34 games on an 11-year-old account. Yeah, okay. That's a cat, bro. A cat man. Gay. Shit is gay, bro. Get me off the gay profile. Get me off this gayness, bro. Can't close it. Night map. What's that? Rain map, night map. No, rain map, and then if it was a regular dawn map, I think maybe, and then into a night map. Holy shit. Very close to that point. Oh, dude, then. I'm the wrong way anyway. Just still walk out. Close one. I still walk out a little bit closer. I'm shooting the fucking... Fuck. I'm fired. I don't have the fucking fire rounds anymore. Who has time to set up traps, bro? Who has time to set up traps, bro? Who has time to set up traps in a random compound? Look at this guy, obviously cheating, bro. Look at this guy. Come on, guys, cut out the cheats, man. Why you always gotta cheat, bro? Why you all cheating, bro? Why you all cheating? Why the fucking armors just popping out around corners, bro? Fucking had to move at the last second, didn't you? Fucking stupid bullshit. Fucking piece of shit, bro. Can't see anything down here, it's too dark, bro. Because we have no choice but to wait now. Dude creeps around all around one side of his fucking silent fucking crossbow, man. Not a single bit of knowledge that the dude was ever there, man. What is that noise? Where is he? Fucking dark fucking maps, not a single fucking step. What the dude's just crouched there, sat there the whole time, never moved, ever once. Just baiting me out, man. They got wall hacks, innit, cheaters. And that's how you know they're cheating with wall hacks, bro. It's how you know they're cheating. Doesn't make sense. So you got two dudes, presumably they're, what, fucking partners. Yeah, so they're partners. So you're telling me that they kill dudes, they just run in, they kill a bunch of dudes. I run around, wait, looking for any kind of signs of either movement of where they are or vision of where they are. I then check fucking thing to see if there's anybody in the area that nobody traded or anything like that. And then I wait, then I see the dude, and then I shoot the dude. I one-tap him out, clearly running out and then back in, as if to try and bait a shot to make out where they know where I am. He probably didn't expect to get clapped, and then his mate, who's been there the whole time, is just sitting there and never moves. Clearly the plan is, they know where I am. They're saying, right, you run out there to bait out a shot or to bait out his location, and then we'll then know where he is to then, like, take a shot at him on a suspicious angle or some shit like that, right? Like, we'll just bait out his position that we already know, but we just want to give cover to our cheats. Because why would you not be moving after you killed these two dudes? Why wouldn't you be moving? Why would you then have another dude try and bait out my shot if you didn't already know I was there in advance? And he's got underscore in his name as well. Who's basically brand new to the game. They always know the exact strategic position and scenario to play, even though they've basically got less than like 100 hours in the game. They've got 24 games on a 2-year-old account and likes Hunt enough to have like an avatar saying Hunt Showdown, even though the dude only has 6,000 bounty in the game. They got, oh sorry, 60,000 bounty in the game. So, you know, relatively new to the game. Like, he's already got 3 prestige and 73 rank, and he's got 60,000 total bounty. 46 boss target skill. Like, this dude's just been clapping people. With underscore in his name. Yep. They were just baiting me out, man. Just baiting me out. Armor breaker. What are we on? 15:02. Spent too much time ranting, bro. I'm gonna cancel, and then I'm gonna restart, and I'm gonna go make a coffee, and I'll be back in a sec. Go. A little bit behind. Because we've gone like straight into a game. Oh, I'm on it. We've gone like straight into a game as soon as I left. Holy shit, man. Random latency for no apparent reasons. Getting DDoSed by the cheaters, are we? Get the bad random work for whatever reason. I think this gun would even pierce it anyway. I think that's the advantage of fire rounds. I think maybe I should go back to the fire rounds rather than the bleed rounds. You do have that added potential of us blowing up them barrels and shit on demand. fucking hide, bro. Holy shit, why does everybody move out when you move in? Dude, how can they still be alive? Dude, how can he still be alive, bro? No footsteps on this dude, he just walked straight up, no footsteps. 9 meters away with the shotgun, he actually somehow made no footsteps up into that range. And somehow this other dude upstairs revived when... Are they teaming? Are they 2 solos teaming? So Boomies was his partner. This here, nerdy koala. They were teaming, bro. These dudes were teaming, bro. I'm not sure you know what DDoS is. I don't think you know what anything is, Josh. Oh, sorry, nerdy koala. Nerdy koala here, teaming, bro. Nerdy koala's teaming. Well, you haven't proven that you do know what anything is, so that's what I'm going to think now, isn't it? No footsteps, aha! The guy stepped out with no footsteps. Why is there no footstep then? Well, that's whatever, man. Like, I have the facts to back up what I think to be true. You just have a long line of excuses and what you want is in. Dude, what? What, so when I point to something that actually happens and say that's what happened, that's not a fact? I'm pretty sure that is a fact. This fucking teamer here wins. Well, no, because if the things actually happen and I can point to it over and over again that it happens and there's no arguing that it is happening and all you guys say that's not what happened, it just proves that you guys are all liars, isn't it? And just obviously have some kind of vested interest in cheating and cheaters. You can't appeal just because it's called appeal to consensus, Josh. What you're doing is appealing to a logical fallacy. You can't be correct if your argument is a logical fallacy. Okay? If your argument is based on a logical fallacy, you can't be right. Do you understand that, Josh? But do you understand that you can't be right if you have to use a logical fallacy as the basis of your argument? Just as Barney's engaging in a straw man, immediately after you're making an appeal to consensus argument, Barney then makes a straw man argument immediately after you to support your logical fallacy. So all of you guys use logical fallacies all to back each other up and then claim that I'm wrong. Yeah, it's a straw man because that's just your opinion based off of the misrepresentation of what I do. That's a straw man. You don't know what a straw man is. You already had it explained to you in detail and you've forgotten what it is, what a straw man is. I explained it to you perfectly and eloquently, and you've immediately forgotten, conveniently, what a straw man is, right? So your position is that it's always the world and it's never me. It's based off of your opinion that what I do is blame everybody else and not myself, rather than looking at the facts and then deriving a conclusion or a possible likelihood based off of those facts. You've then taken that and twisted it into it's always everyone else's fault and not Joe's fault, and then you've presented that up as what my actual position is, and you're parading this man of straw that you've made, claiming is me, and you're parading it around the place saying this is what Joe Blue does. This is Joe Blue. This is Joe Blue here. But what you're holding up is a doll made out of straw that you've invented. That's not what I'm actually doing. That's a straw man. No, an ad hominem is just a personal attack. If you're attacking somebody personally, right, making a personal attack on someone, that's an ad hominem. Like you saying what I'm doing is something else, is misrepresenting what I'm doing. That's a straw man. Well, it can be both an ad hominem and a straw man at the same time, but it doesn't change the fact that fundamentally it's still a straw man. A common logical fallacy where a speaker distorts, simplifies, or exaggerates an opponent's argument to make it easier to attack. That's a straw man. At no point did I distort or simplify or exaggerate your argument. He did. I have my argument where I have facts, I derive logical outcomes based on those facts, and then you've taken me doing that as to me blaming the world and not myself. So you've changed the perception of what I'm saying, you've distorted the reality of what's actually happening, and you've created a distortion of it, and then presented that as what it actually is. That's a straw man. Well, no, they're two different things. Attacking my mentality, which is you versus the world, is still based on your straw man of what I'm actually doing. Even if I had a mentality of me versus the world, is largely irrelevant to the fact that it's based on your opinion that that's what I'm doing, which is the straw man. No, it's not. It's not whatever I want it to be. It is that. I have a position of what I'm actually doing, and you're taking what I'm actually doing and saying it's something else. That's a straw man. Dude, for a second. Oh shit. Cheaters never exist apparently. Cheaters never exist apparently. You can say, I can say that. I can say, you guys say cheaters never exist, and then you'll immediately say, we don't say that cheaters never exist. Cheaters just never exist in your games. Even though statistically, with the rate of cheaters that do exist, potentially exist, I've been running into cheaters quite often, but apparently I never run into cheaters. But you guys can never even show me what subtle cheaters even look like. You can't even produce any kind of video content to make my analysis better. So why are you literally just doing exactly what I said you was going to say when I say that? But if cheaters is an epidemic scale, then there would be cheaters all the time, wouldn't there? And since you guys can't make better arguments than me what subtle cheating looks like, how can you say what is and what isn't? Yeah, but how can you say that it's not cheating when you don't do nothing to present any argumentation or video evidence of what actual cheaters look like from your point of view? But it doesn't matter. It's like you don't know, you don't have any superior evidence to me to suggest that you even know what cheating looks like. I've yet to see you show any at all. So how do I know you know what cheating looks like? Like you don't have any, like you don't have a basis to stand upon. How do you know that what I show isn't cheating every single time? How do you know that it's not? Or how do you know that every time I'm saying cheating? Joe, you don't accept. It doesn't matter. It's not the question I'm asking, Josh. How do you know that the people that I show that I claim are cheating aren't all cheating, or 90% of them are cheating? That I'm right most of the time. How do you know that I'm wrong? How do you know I'm wrong? All you're saying is an actual argument is I just don't believe that many people are cheating. That's your position. Your counter argument to me is I just don't believe that many people are cheating all the time. Because you haven't yet. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You don't know what's the basis for you knowing whether or not the people that I say are cheating or not. Yes. So then, how do you know they're not cheating? You can't just say I have eyes as an argument. You have to explain how you know. Is there somebody on top of me? There have been many times where you re-speak something for the 5th time and get punished and then proceed. No, that's never happened. That's a complete manifestation that he's just exaggerated into existence to make claims that aren't real. And even if that happened one time, that doesn't disprove that the people that claim are cheating aren't cheating. So it's a non-argument, Ultimania. Now I'm lying. What? But like I've said in all of those situations before, in below average rank where people should have poor reaction speeds, I should have the superior reaction speeds to peak as many stupid angles as I want and win statistically on average because I'm against people with low skill level in it. So I should be able to beat them because I have above average reaction times, which I've proven. So therefore I should be able to outmaneuver and outreact everybody in a lower skill gap every single time and make as many ballsy repeats as I wish. So you can't use that against me because the foundation of which you're arguing against me for isn't the correct circumstances that you're arguing from. It's a misrepresentation of reality. A straw man argument, even. So, regardless of these arguments, how do you know the people that I say are cheating aren't cheating? How do you know that the people that I claim are cheating aren't cheating? That's the question. Any other answer is just a distraction away from the actual point being made. Barrels don't mean anything. How do you know that the people that say that aren't cheating aren't cheating? But that's just you saying that. How do you know? I'm asking you for the reason why. What are the odds that that would even be a thing, bro? If somebody's done that, bro. Like literally, I'm asking you why. Like, are people setting this up all around me on purpose, bro? So, are you guys in this game trolling me? Is that why you're saying barrel, and you guys had set that barrel up in advance? Are you guys here stream sniping me, walking around with no footsteps and setting up traps around me? What are the odds that Ultimania is going to put a barrel up and then I get killed by a barrel? What are the odds of that? Statistically speaking, what are the odds of that? Well, you must know somebody that is, and you set it up and you're in a Discord, all maneuvering around me saying what you're going to do to me and then chatting in a Discord group and having people maneuver around me. Otherwise, how would you know? How would you know? And now all of a sudden people are on top of me. that your little friends from your Discord group there getting clapped, bro? Where's my fucking gun gone, bro? How did you know he was there? Heard him, innit? Heard he was there. Well, you don't have to be on their friend. Ultimania, like, you've already... All you're doing exposing that you're likely to be the party involved in it. Like, anybody knows with any kind of reasonable intelligence level knows that you not being on his friends list doesn't mean that you don't have a connection to the dude. Like, the dude could be on a burner account that doesn't have you as a friend, or you could have an alternate account that you're attached to that you just claim isn't your account. To even suggest that as an argument that proves you have no connection with them proves you have a connection to them. Because you've used an argument that it does not make sense, that no reasonable person would ever make as a defense. Nobody has to rebuy the game to mess with me. They could be using an account that they already used for cheating on. Like, clearly you guys are in a Discord and you're coordinating with other people to troll me and do stupid shit and know where I am. So that's why you're posting barrel. That's obvious as what's going on. Like, it's obvious that that's the case. None of these arguments are valid arguments. They're all just literally excuse-making bullshit arguments. You can have a bunch of people in a cheated Discord group who you all know through cheated Discord groups that you're not connected with on a Steam account, but are all part of the same group and know each other through the group, and all know each other through that group with no actual contact through family sharing, through any other Steam account whatsoever. So to make any of these types of arguments are not arguments that an intelligent person would make. They're people who are lying, trying to use stupid excuse-making reasons to suggest why they're not connected to the parties involved. It literally proves that you're connected to those people. Always the bleeders that get you. According to Steam, I last played Hunt. But it has nothing to do with you having played Hunt. It's not you who's in the game, is it? It could be somebody else that you know in a Discord group who is in the game doing it. And you're watching them stream the game to your Discord so that you can all laugh and play pranks on me and shit. You don't have to have any formal connection with these people. You can just know them through a Discord group. To make all these stupid arguments just makes you look suspicious because they don't disprove anything. The only thing you can really say is to say, like, no. But, like, there's no way you can really hide it because Ultimania's already posted in barrels before walking into a barrel. So he couldn't help himself but let people know, or let me know, that what was about to happen. Because they set it up in advance. Because he knew. Yeah, what are the odds, though, that you posted a barrel? The barrel, I'm talking about how do you know the people that I'm playing against aren't cheating? You post a barrel has literally no relevance to the conversation whatsoever. To post a barrel, it's not even relevant. Point. No, there's no such thing as coincidences. Coincidences don't happen. Everything happens for a reason. There's no such things as coincidence. What are the odds that someone's going to be posting a barrel, getting blown up by a barrel in a trip mine, at the exact time somebody posts a barrel in chat? What are the odds of that? What's in the statistical chances of that ever being a coincidence? Never going to happen, bro. Would never happen. No, no, it just wouldn't happen. It's so funny because you knew it was going to happen because you set it up to happen. The people even set that up were also all waiting for me to arrive, which means they must have known I was on the way. It would. You'd find it just as funny whether it was planned or not. Get my other keyboard there. Please stop money and emotes in chat. Maybe I can manifest a sack of cash myself. It's not Ultimania. You're just proving that you are a cheater after all. In a Discord group with a bunch of other cheaters, and you conspiring against me. Other dude, how would this guy know that I'm running this way on this angle? How would you know? How would you know? Look, it's another cheater. Look, he doesn't have a self-revive. We're able to get away with it. We're going to set up here. You won't be able to do anything about it. We'll shoot him in the head, and there you go. Yeah, they are. They are. You're just proving that you're conspiring against me. You're just proving it. You're proving it here, Bron. You're proving it. Yeah, you just all prove that you're all in a Discord group and you're matching into my game. The proof, the completely unrealistic probability that Ultimania will be posting barrels in chat as I walk into a barrel and get blown up by somebody who'd already set up the trap in advance and sat in the building waiting for me to approach, which means they must have already set up the trap in advance on the route that I would be taking and waited for the trap to go off, which means they must have known I was coming in advance for that to happen, and for Ultimate to posted it just before that happened would be insanely, like, no odds. You had better chances of winning the lottery than that to ever happen. No, they don't. If people set random barrel traps in compounds while running through them all the time, then I'd be getting blown up by them all the time, wouldn't I? Because if I can't spot that one and I run into it and die, then chances are whenever that happens, likely is probably going to run into them all the time. And it doesn't happen all the time, so therefore it can't be true that people set them next to barrel traps in compounds all the time. That's a lie that you're saying, Ultimania. Yeah, I can hear myself saying correct and logical things, yeah. Yeah, I can hear myself saying correct and logical things, yeah. That's correct. Yes, it's logical that when somebody posts a barrel in chat moments before I walk into a barrel and die by a group that was clearly waiting for me to be there, it was seen clearly you acknowledged that the barrel was there yourself, and then you must be conspiring with those people in some way. And then for everyone to say yes in chat must mean that you're all there knowing it was going to happen as well. So that's logical. It's very straightforward. It's very simple to understand. It doesn't require any real guesswork. It's just pretty much logical progression that that's what's happened. No, you'd have said laugh my ass off or whatever, but when you're saying yes, there's a premeditatedness to saying yes. Why would you say yes rather than just LMAO or lol? Why would you say yes? Yes is like, yes, it happened. Yes, it happened. Like by saying yes, it implies premeditation. Talking about Josh, whoever said yes in all caps. Somebody said yes in all caps. So that implies premeditation. You're right, Hexers. Yep, sorry. I'm like arguing with multiple people. I didn't really see the name. How you doing, Hexers? Are you okay? I don't know who it was. I'm just saying somebody did. I'm just assuming it was Josh because I know Ultimania didn't say it. I don't know who the other names are who are chatting. I can only like see those names. But somebody said yes in all caps, which means that implies premeditation. Like yes, it happened. He walked into the barrel and blew up. So you got somebody posting a barrel in advance. Someone typing in yes, it happened. So that implies premeditation. So you got like two things there alone that already suggest conspiracy and premeditation, along with the fact that the team was already waiting in advance. They didn't just set the trap and leave and hope somebody got it. They set the trap and waited. So they must have known. Not only is it a gamble to set the trap up on the odds that somebody might walk into it, it's even crazier of a gamble to set up a trap without knowing somebody's even on their way to the trap, but they waited for someone to take the trap off anyway, which would mean that they knew somebody was on their way, so they had knowledge that somebody was definitely coming before I was there to set that trap up, right? Maybe even knowing the direction of the next clue or where the boss bounty is or whatever to know the route that I go on. So you got all those things together would suggest premeditation and conspiracy of some sort, wouldn't you? Why? Why? We can check their profiles, but why? It doesn't matter if you're not on their friends list. Ultimania have already proven or stated the logical reasons why that's just a logical fallacy what you're presenting. You don't have to have a formal connection through Steam to know the persecutors. Except that you posted a barrel, except for the fact somebody else typed yes, so at least two people together would seemingly have premeditated knowledge that it was about to happen, and then you have the circumstances that the team that is doing it also had pre-knowledge that I was going to be there, or somebody was going to be there. So it was already a premeditated action with two people in chat presenting two things that would show premeditation as well. So we go back up, we go up to the barrels. Yes, Barney at Ultimania goes, yes! So he goes, Ultimania goes, laugh my ass off, and then Barney goes at Ultimania, yes! Capital letters, 2 S's. Well, it doesn't matter, I couldn't see what the name was, like, why do you care about the accuracy of who's saying what? I don't think it was 2 E's, but I don't care. So it would seem like Barney and Ultimania both had pre-knowledge that that was about to happen. And it was to each other as well. It's not saying, oh, yes, but literally to Ultimania. He said it at Ultimania, so he wanted him to know, yes, for some reason. So it already implies conspiracy between Ultimania and Barney and whoever these two were here. This guy got clapped at 9/11. It's a conspiracy, guys. The fact that a conspiracy happens and he was killed at 9 minutes and 11 at 9 minutes and 11 seconds or whatever, or 9 minutes into the game or whatever, 9/11 into the game. How can you say it's not a conspiracy when I literally killed the team that conspired against me at 9/11? Synchronicity and all that. But why do we need to ask AI about something of which it will be programmed to say that that's crazy? Why would we use AI as an authority on that regard? But we all know that AI is going to say, no, that's crazy if you think that everyone's against you. That's called paranoid delusion. That's what the AI will be trained to say. But it doesn't mean that I'm not in a virtual reality simulation where I'm the only one that actually exists and you're all a bunch of trolls programmed to be trolls all day, every day. Like, it doesn't prove it if that's what the reality is. When you're playing Elden Ring, it'll be after I complete Resident Evil 3 and probably after that RE9's like come out and been played. I don't know. I've not decided anything yet. But now I disagree with you. You shouldn't listen to it. It's programmed to say that. But there are things in which we can rely that are probably true or can be taken as being likely to be true, like mathematical problems to do with if percentage of people are cheating. Like this, like it's kind of hard for AI to like lie or get like maths wrong, right? It's kind of like in its wheel park, in its like a ballpark area, like where for it to be right consistently. But when you're talking about things where it has to be told are true, like things just are true, and then there are things that people have to set to being true. Like you live on a spinning ball. That has to be set to the AI as being the truth, even if it's not been proven. Whether you want to believe whatever you want to believe makes no difference. But whether you want to believe doesn't change the fact whether it was programmed to say the Earth was flat. If it was programmed to say the Earth was flat, it would still be have to be told to say that, right? You'd have to be programmed to do that, no matter what the situation was, right? But maths, you know, quantity, what we understand quantity to be, adding and subtraction, like AI can't really get that wrong, can it? When it comes to other things like about the world, the AI kind of has to be told that that's the truth and to repeat that as the truth. So like you can't appeal to the AI as an authority in that regard. It agrees with me, we can trust it, but it only agrees with me with things that you can logically argue to be true based on logic or based on things that just are true. And I'm only using AI to confirm what I've already explained to you. I'm not looking for AIs to an authority. I'm looking to explain again what I've already explained. No, I'm not. I'm appealing to logic as the authority or the argument as the authority, and then I'm using AI to back up and support the argument or the position that I already explained to you guys that you denied. Yeah, probably a few cheaters, Iron Militant. You know, as always, can't say anything for certain, but Ultimania and Barney are definitely in a Discord group somewhere, getting cheaters to come into my game and set up traps and play pranks on me and shit. That's an almost certainty. It's like 99.99999% chance that that is almost certainly true. That's man, the red strings are just going everywhere. No, they're just going to you and Barney. Again, another fallacious lie. No, it's just going to you and Barney, who clearly said things that premeditated knowledge, had premeditated knowledge of what was about to happen or what happened. Like, there's nothing, there's no board of red strings going to every corporation to fucking BP oil to fucking the president of the United States to trolling my video game. No, none of that's going on. It's just you and Barney have said things that show you have premeditated knowledge of what happened. No one's getting cheaters come into your games. It's not even remotely close to being true, except for the fact that two people had premeditated knowledge of what was about to happen. Just ignore that fact, innit? We'll just go appeal for coincidence, not just once but twice. Twice a coincidence. An unlikely coincidence to begin with, even more of an unlikely coincidence to have two sets of premeditation. And then you can add the additional premeditation of the fact that the team that set up the trap stayed and waited for the trap to go off. So it would imply that they knew that the trap was going to go off and that they had knowledge somebody was on their way to that compound. So you got three pieces of information that strongly suggest that they had premeditated knowledge. Stallone. So we've got number 13, which is like the unlucky number, right? So already we've got weird namings of the people involved here. Open profile, private profile with 13 because it's unlucky apparently, and you couldn't have a more unlucky thing happen than walking into a barrel that two people seem to know was going to happen in advance. And then we've got Stallone here, who's redacted all of his stats on a private profile. Oh, allegedly from China with redacted stats. 97 games on an 8-year-old account. Uses Crosshair X with 60 hours in it with 144 hours on on Hunt Showdown and plays a bit of aim labs, just to let you know that he trains his aim and uses crosshair X to get a crosshair in games that don't have a crosshair by default. And then we've got anime profile person here with 33 games on a 5-year-old account, over 2,000 hours in Cheater Strike 2. We've got a cat with 9 lives here. We've got a number 9 here with a bunch of number names and a bunch of other shit. So we've got the cat references. We've got the series of numbers with the game ban on record, like many of the cheater accounts do. Oh look, it's the same trend, cheater code trend, as that other team that was basically killing me all day previously, with every comment having a game ban on their account. There we go, with minimal one. So obviously cheaters. So it's a team of cheaters who stayed and waited for me to hit that barrel, and then Ultimania said, posted a barrel in chat before I went into the barrel, and Barney went yes to Ultimania that I'd walked into the barrel, which implies premeditation with a bunch of people who clearly seem like they're cheaters. So it clearly seems like you're all in a Discord group watching and playing pranks and shit on me, and then basically that's what you're doing, isn't it? You're not even looking at the right accounts. These are the guys, right? These are the only dudes that I killed in the game, right? I didn't kill anybody else. Oh, so is it so that another team rolled in afterwards with no footsteps, just appeared on top of me after the barrel went off. Okay. So we've got this other dude here, this random solo dude, who has a private profile and anime profile. So there you go. Private profile, so you can't tell nothing about the dude, and he's got an anime profile. So there you go. No, wait a second. This is. Wait a second. Right, so this is the other dude that killed me with the sniper rifle. He wasn't a solo, who was just there watching and waiting. 668 games, 1,000 hours. It's probably the most like legit looking account out of all of them. But I don't know how the guy knew that I was running down that angle. Yeah, EPOS was the sniper, that's right, yeah. Well, we've all confirmed anyway that Ultimania and Barney are in a Discord group, like trolling me, whilst claiming that I'm not cheating. So we've confirmed that to be true. They'll deny it to hell and back, but it's the truth. We all know it's true, and they're just going to deny it. Yep, and they mad. There is proof. There is the obvious proof. Anybody with more than a room temperature IQ has enough evidence to clearly suspect that you guys are highly likely to be in a Discord group and giving my position away to other cheaters who are cheating me and playing pranks on me. It's probably been going on for a while. Correlation isn't causation, but it's not correlation. It's just two things that could not possibly have happened without pre-knowledge of the thing happening. So it's not correlation. It's literally doing things that are highly unlikely could ever have occurred without pre-knowledge that it was about to happen. You can try and recontextualize it as correlation as much as you like, but unfortunately for people with above average IQ, like room temperature IQ, is not going to fall for stupid ridiculous shit like, oh, there's a chance that Barney and Ultimate just seem like they have premeditation. It's just a coincidence. We're not playing coincidental games. Like, only evil people play coincidence games. Okay, Joe, explain to me then how we knew you were going to take that exact path and not instead go the left where there was no trap. How do we know there was no trap on the other side? Could be traps on both sides. Already a completely ridiculous argument to make. Because you ran over there. What do you mean I ran over there? Well, wouldn't that be the fact that you said yes, that I went back and got hit by the only trap? Would that not even prove more why you were saying yes because you thought it wasn't going to happen, that I was going to go a different way. But then when I went the right way, you were like emphatically like, yes, he did go that way, he did get hit by the trap. So you just took a gamble, and the gamble just paid off to be true. Well, you don't. You just happen to be right. You got the right thing. It was a 50-50 chance, and you paid out, and you got the 50%. What? That doesn't mean you didn't premeditate the situation, does it? Because you only had one trap. Maybe you just wanted to play the game of, we know that he's definitely going to go that path, or you're just trapping the path most likely to go down. None of these arguments are making disprove premeditation. So what? It makes no difference. It makes no difference. These aren't arguments that disprove premeditation. If anything, they sound like plausible deniability excuses that are written into the example, right? Because you could say, because like at the end of the day, if you're gonna conspire, then why wouldn't you have a plausible deniability? You'd make it so, look, it's likely he'll go down this route and not down the other route. So let's put the trap on this route. If he goes down the route, that's fine, but he'll likely go this one. Then if he claims conspiracy, then we'll say, then why wasn't the other one trapped? So we'll have a built-in plausible deniability. People who conspire will think along those lines, so that you'll then have excuses to point to of why this person's crazy. It can't possibly be conspiracy. None of the arguments that you make can disprove it. If anything, they can be arguments that can be used against you as well. Doesn't make a difference. You're using arguments that can be used for or against you, so why make the arguments if they can be used both for and against? It means they're not good arguments, are they? But you're using them anyway. So the fact that you use bad arguments to say that it's not true would be, I would say, would be evidence that you knew, and you do know, and that's why you're using poor argumentation to try and argue against it, because you don't actually have good arguments to argue against it, and you need to argue against it because you know it's true. Only if you ignore the actual explanations and the logic that I'm using. You're using arguments against premeditation that can be used to only further argue that it is premeditated, and yet you're still going to use those arguments. You have to, by default now, reject those arguments, which means we have to rely fully just on the coincidental nature of people seemingly knowing in advance it was about to happen, and I don't appeal to that likelihood. So you guys were steering Joe by some weirdo magic. Well, no one's saying that, so why would you make that argument? Why would you make another bad argument that just ignores the argument that I just made? And now you're just going to ignore what I'm saying and then decide of each other with these arguments, these excuses that you just made up between each other. Okay. You know, there was two paths and one was trapped. But, like, I just literally argued against this very argument that you're using, Barney. Literally, like, what? 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes ago? I've literally just been arguing against that very point that you're making, Barney. And then you just forgotten or wasn't listening, and then you just were using the argument that I've just argued against for the past, like, 15 minutes. Oh, it was dumb, so that's why you ignored it. So you ignored the argument because you just assumed it was dumb and just decided it didn't exist because you decided so, and then you're going to act like you're not conspiring against me. Okay. If it was dumb, you'd have just said why it was dumb and disproven the argument. Instead, you only claim that it's dumb as an excuse to claim that it's worthy of being ignored and therefore not being recognised, which again only proves you're a bad actor arguing in bad faith and clearly are conspiring against me in a Discord somewhere on the internet. Right, because it can't be a different Discord group. Like, again, another argument that is clearly a bad argument, that clearly doesn't prove anything, but you're going to use it anyway, and then act like you're innocent. You don't have an argument you can use to disprove anything. To even make the argument only makes you look more guilty. Yeah, but how do you know it's the Discord that we're all talking about here? It could be a different Discord, on a different account. You could have Discord on your phone with a different account that you're using, and the Discord on your desktop to be plausible deniability, or a Discord tied to your web browser like Opera DX with another account on it that you could also use for plausible deniability. So how does using Discord as an argument disprove anything of what I'm saying, except make it look more suspicious? The law, what do you mean the law worked that way? What? Is if you use that in the court of law as an argument that the court of law wouldn't say, how do we know you're not using another Discord account on another computer? Like, wouldn't they make that same argument in the courts, in the law? Like, of course they would. What are you talking about? It works exactly like that in the real world. I shouldn't have jumped there. You operate on guilty until proven innocent. No, I don't. I make arguments based on the facts that exist, based on logical arguments that lead to a probability, a highly likely probability, that the people are either cheating or conspiring, and then using that probability to form my conclusion that I'm likely to be correct. Literally just said that earlier, that we were arguing about the guy that killed you with the crossbow. No, I said I make arguments based on the facts and then form conclusions based on those facts. I was saying that for about half an hour straight. Literally, I can't see them in the thing. How does he know that I'm around that corner? Another set of cheaters, bro. Another set of cheaters. You're gonna say that they're not cheating? The guy knew exactly where I was, pre-fired on the corner that I was on. You're gonna say that they're not cheating? And I can't shoot this guy in the fucking dark part because I can't see him properly. You're gonna say that those guys aren't cheating? With the barcode name here. You did the same thing to the guy that was crouching around the corner. You mean the guy that I knew was there after he took a shot on me and knew there was two of them there? Those two guys. Now, how did they know that I was around that corner to take that shot like that to begin with? No, I knew because they already showed me that they were there already in advance. Here we go, we got less than 60,000 bounty here. Can't fucking turn around fast enough. Why did he fucking swap my gun out? Death-X. One tap is happiness, says a cheater. 153 hours on record. Cheater, wallhack. Minus rep bot with wallhack and aimbot. Wallhack and aimbot. Cheater, hacker. Cheater, hacks. I'm guessing that's probably Russian for cheater. Yeah, a big penis, wallhack moron. There we go. Cats, cats, cats. Cheater, wallhack. Yep. So, seem like they're cheaters, isn't it? If you have comments open, you would also know, don't? No, you wouldn't. What? Then why don't people call me a cheater over voice comms then? I call people cheater on voice comms, but I don't ever hear anyone accusing me of cheating on voice comms. Or even typing into all chat that I'm a cheater after they self-revive or anything like that. I never see any accusations in game, but I make accusations of people in game, but I don't. No one ever makes them to me. Oh right, only I do that. Except all these people, you're literally making an argument that if I had comments open, people would be making comments all the time that I'm a cheater. Yet when I'm saying, but I also do this as well, all of a sudden, but people only do that, but you, Joe. It's funny how the rules change to suit you when you need to change the argument around. People use comms at the same rate, so you think that if people who post cheats in comments, like I don't post people in comments. How often do you see me posting people's comments that they're cheaters? Every now and again, sometimes. So the dude who calls people cheater and has a whole YouTube channel calling people cheaters rarely posts that a person they're a cheater in their comment section. Like I do on occasion. That is true, but I don't generally keep posting comments that they're cheaters, and I'm the one that calls cheater the most, apparently. But even I don't do it, so again, like your logic of what you're trying to use as an argument against me doesn't logically make sense. You're just appealing to ignorance. You're appealing that if I did do something, then it would manifest the same results. But if anything, if all of I did and I open my accounts would have people like you create fake accounts and just claim that I'm cheating in the game so that you can then say that I'm the same thing happens to me. Yeah, for years and years and years, when I had comments open, no one ever accused me of ever cheating in a video game. I've had comments open for years playing PvP games. No one ever called me a cheater. Nobody ever calls me a cheater in all chat. Nobody ever calls me a cheater over comms. No one's ever called me a cheater in a video game. As far back as I remember, I've never been called a cheater. You've already shown that you operate on a different logic. There's only the logic. There's only logic. There's not different types of logic. There's just logic. Just one set of logic. There's not a subjective case for logic. There's just logic. Everything is conspiracies as time goes on, or you're finding out more and more and more, is that it is a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. Here we go. I saw this short earlier today and I thought I'd save it anyway. I think I've seen these clips before, man, but I've forgotten how blatant they were in it. But we'll just do this quickly. I'm not going to focus on it for too long, and then we're going to go straight back to the game. I'm going to show it anyway. Here we go. Some more NASA bloopers here. Of space bloopers. Here we go.
Larry?
See, they're all pretending to be in space. You've got the person who's got like the gel in their hair to make it look like gravity is affecting their hair, and then you got an actual dude that's just there drinking some coffee in the corner on the video footage.
Larry.
No.
Larry,
Right there.
Shot, Larry.
He's just right there drinking coffee, putting the coffee back on the side. Even waves to the camera as he fixes something on the set. On the set. Waves to the camera. Waves to the camera, mate. Waves to the camera. He's there just fixing something on the set where they're faking space while they're all there with their fucking with all their fucking wires on and they're gelling their hair to make it look like gravity's affecting them. You got a dude. It's not edited footage. It's not edited footage, bro.
Legit life on Mars. Look.
A fly in space. There we go. Somebody's found a fly in space.
We send completely malfunctions. This astronaut's wire completely malfunctions, and they quickly cut away before anything bad happens. I'll show it again. Whoopsies. So if these are fake, and again, this is just for entertainment purposes only, someone missed a reflection in the edit.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
It's so funny, bro. It's so funny.
Mechanical side of the space station.
This is top
So my
class,
question
man.
is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Look at this shit. Look at this. What's this made out of, bro? What's this made out of?
Tortilla? A massive tortilla?
What's this made out of? What is this material that is the hatch for the spaceship?
Let me know when he's finished and figures it out.
What's this material, bro? How can this be used to block out the vacuum of space, bro?
The account settings.
But yeah, anyway, there you go, bro. Leave this fake space all the time, bro. Everything's a conspiracy, bro. Yeah. Like O-rings, yeah, O-rings, yeah, bro. That's what it is, man. O-rings. O-rings. And the vast vacuum of space, O-rings is going to cut it. Yeah, sure, bro. That's just to cover the hatches further inside. Yeah, guys. Yeah, sure, man. Just to make all the excuses. I mean, there's so many bloopers. There's so many of them. It's insane. Like, that's just the tip of the iceberg of all of the bizarre goings on. If there's so many of these things happening all of the time, then it's just you can't appeal to the least likely opinion. It's just they're faking it, innit? It's just fake. Yeah. Joe, he's saying that we can't make a seal between a vacuum of space and the ISS. It's a vast vacuum. The vacuum of space, the amount of pressure is insane. Like, do you know what happens to cans of Coke in a small vacuum? They explode, innit? They blow up, right? If you take a can of Coke, like a can of Coke, and you put it in a vacuum, the can will explode. So how do space stations exist in the vast vacuum of space without blowing up? If a can of Coke blows up in a vacuum that you can make on Earth, if a can of Coke explodes, a pressurized container with shit in it blows up in a small little vacuum you can make on Earth, what do you think space is going to do to a space station? Yeah, but you're talking about quantity of the fucking space. Like, you can't fathom the magnitudes of the vacuum of space. It's far dwarfs anything you could ever reproduce on Earth. You can't reproduce the vacuum pressure of space on Earth. Nowhere. Anywhere, you can't do it. It's physically impossible. If space even existed. But the hypothetical space that they say exists, you can't produce a vacuum of that magnitude on Earth. You could never make anything strong enough to even create the vacuum, let alone protect against the vacuum. Yet somehow you can make a space station on Earth and put it into this immense vacuum, and it's just not going to blow up in that pressure situation. No, you can't get anywhere close to the levels of the vacuum in space. It would literally require infinite space that you don't have. Literally, you literally couldn't have a more impossible thing to do. To literally have the vast infinite openness of space to produce that level of a vacuum. You literally couldn't do it. Literally couldn't do it, and you're going to claim that you can get somewhere close to it. No, you can't. What are you talking about? Insane. It's delusion, bro. You need the infinite open space to create a vacuum equal to that of space. And you're saying that you can come close to doing that on Earth, where you don't have infinite space. You can't do it. It's impossible. Not even close to being possible. Talking about the vacuum, not the size of space. Yeah, but the vacuum is caused by the size of space, isn't it? That's what creates the vacuum. When you got an empty space, that's a vacuum, innit? That's what a vacuum is. So when you got an empty space, you can't create the level of empty space of the infinite space of space on Earth, where you've got limited space that isn't empty. To even make, you can't do it. It's impossible. What are you talking about, man? Why is this even a point of contention? You clearly can't make a vacuum anywhere close to what space is on Earth. Impossible. Not even close. Yes, it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. It's literally directly related. A vacuum is literally the absence of space. That's what a vacuum is. We're talking about a fucking Hoover. We're not talking about cleaning with a fucking Hoover or a vacuum cleaner. A vacuum is a vacuum of empty space. That's what a vacuum is. As in nothing is there. It's literally the absence of anything in a space. To create a vacuum of the size of space would require infinite space with nothing in it, which you can't reproduce because you don't have enough space. Like, it's ridiculous. What are you talking about? Dudes think we're talking about vacuum cleaners over here, bro. A vacuum is an area of nothing in it. Why do you think a can explodes in a vacuum? Why do you think a can explodes in a vacuum, dude? But what is happening though? But what is happening with the pressure differential to cause the can to explode? Why would these guys be running this way when the point's behind me? Why would they run down this way, then stop here seemingly? And then now I don't know where they are. Why would they be running this way anyway? Bit suspicious, isn't it? The pressure of the can is extremely high in relation to the vacuum. It go boom, yeah. So what's happening then? So what have you got? You've got an area, yeah. But you're just saying the thing. You're not really saying what's happening specifically in detail. Like, you got a can that is a pressurized thing. There's pressure inside of it. Outside of that can, there's no pressure because it's a vacuum. No pressure exists. So the pressure differential that you talk of is the fact that there's no pressure outside of the can, but there's pressure on the inside of the can. And what happens? The second law of thermodynamics, pressure wants to move into the non-pressure area, forces its way in. Natural law states that where there is pressure or solidness of anything, that it's determined to have to break out and separate into the non-pressure area, because pressure moves into the non-pressure environment by law of nature. So the can explodes because nature abhors a vacuum. It doesn't like nothing not existing. Therefore, the pressure has to go somewhere. It has to, by nature, by law of decree of the universe, has to expand and occupy the area. So everything inside explodes because of the pressure difference. So if you've got a pressurized container in space, an ISS space station, what's it going to do? All that pressure inside the space station is going to want to get out of the space station, and the space station will go kablooey inside of space, won't it? Because that's what the law of nature says will happen. Second law of thermodynamics says that's what will happen. You put a pressurized can or container of anything in a vast open space, that shit will blow up. Literally arguing against laws of nature literally disproves space travel. It can't happen. You can't have a pressurized can flying in a vacuum. It will naturally explode. Nature will determine it to blow up in space. As soon as it hit the non-pressure environment, the ship would explode. They're not in space. Space travel is impossible. It can't happen. So you just forget about your Star Wars, Star Trek fantasies. They're completely not possible, physically not possible to happen. You can't have a compressurized can or container in a vacuum of space without that shit blowing up. It will blow up. It doesn't happen. They lie to you that space travel is real. It can't happen. It's impossibility. It goes against all the physical laws of nature that you can prove exist, that happen. It goes against the law of nature. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a Mongol who's paid a lot of money, probably gets a lot of flyouts to Epstein's Island to keep his mouth shut about the fact that he has to lie about space and science to the Goyim. gotta keep lying about space. Don't let them know that God is real. How did your aliens get here? Like I say, like other worlds, like I say, I'm of multiple, I've got multiple theories, bro. I've got multiple theories, man. I've got multiple theories. But none of them have to require space travel. You could have other dimensions that exist in different frequencies that overlap with our own. Or we could be in like a server, where it's a whole bunch of servers connected in a vast, infinite universe of servers of simulated realities connected by what people call wormholes, or like Ethernet cables from one server to another server, and they're all connected. And somehow our server's been disconnected and invaded by a dark server that's been corrupted, and it's spreading its malicious virus into our reality that people call evolution. Like, you can have a whole bunch of explanations to explain these things without having to resort to space and space travel. Aliens exist, can exist, even without space travel. The Stargate, man. Stargate's the other servers, isn't it? Gotta find me a Stargate out of this shithole server, man, because I don't like... This server's a shithole, bro. This server's turning into a shithole, bro. No joke, Stargate SG-1 is a great show. Yeah, it is. It's a... I would love to say they need to bring Stargate back, man, but you know they'll ruin it. You know it'll get ruined. You can never replicate Stargate SG-1. Are these guys all left? Oh, I fucked this fucking game. I fucking moaned and complained for too long and I've let them get away. If only I had a fucking... What are the odds that I could find a chariot card up here? No. No. The paid one. Shit. Iron_wolf. Maybe I can get to this fucking thing here. Maybe I can get one. We are bringing it back apparently. They'll ruin it, man. They'll ruin it, bro. I mean, Stargate Universe was a bit like, Stargate Universe was a bit sus. Atlantis, I was a bit like, I don't know, man. I was never a fan of Atlantis. I watched it all, didn't mind it. Universe, I was a bit like, I don't know, man. Stargate SG-1 was the best, and everything after that was a bit like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We're not finding any magical fucking chariot card to stop these guys. Yeah, they're on it, man. Fuck. Wasted game. Yeah, I'm actually insert media conglomerate here. What's going on? The more he tried to argue against it, the more evidence that I'm right, I'm using logic against him. What logic are you using against me? I've not been keeping up with all of chat, so I don't know what logic you're using against me. What logic is that? What's my logic? Then asked to explain yourself, all of a sudden you're silent. Are you typing an essay or what? I mean, surely my logic can be condensed to like a sentence or two. You asked what logic, and I said yours. Yeah, but what of my logic? Yeah, what of my logic? Specifically, what about my logic are you using against me? Your logic that the more someone argues against you, the more it just proves that's not my argument. No, it's the type of arguments that you make that are completely nonsense, that don't prove or disprove anything. Being used proves it's more likely that it's true what I'm saying. That's the position that I'm making. You've misrepresented my position again. Another straw man. How can you argue against the second law of thermodynamics, bro? Like, literally, put a pressurized thing in a vacuum, it'll blow up. Those are the physical facts of nature. Yeah, I bet you did, bro. It's your opinion that those arguments are such. No, it's not, because I literally told you how they could be used against you, or how they didn't prove anything. Like, for example, Ultimania saying, like, I can't be with these dudes in a Discord because you can look on their Steam profile and I won't be on their friends list. That's not an argument that doesn't prove that you're not in the Discord with these people just because you're not on a Steam account with them informally as a friend. That doesn't prove that you're not in a conspiracy. To even make that argument would be suspicious that you are, because anyone would know that that's not a good argument to make, because you could easily have alternate accounts that you are friends with on Steam. Yeah, but and there's our argument was you could be on a different Discord. Like that might not be the Discord that you're all in trolling me. That's a different Discord. You could have multiple Discords. Again, it's just another argument that is not a real argument. And all I'm saying is to even make those arguments when it doesn't prove anything is suspicious, and to me proves that you are conspiring, because anyone with intelligence would know that that wouldn't prove anything to even make it as an argument in the first place. Yeah, because it doesn't prove that you don't have multiple Discord groups. Doesn't prove you don't have multiple Discord groups. You see, this is where, like, they're going to say, look, we better get in the Discord, we're going to troll him with another trap now, we'll set 2 traps this time, we'll make sure he gets barreled, and then we'll just make out that, like, he's just crazy, even though we're already pre-warning him that he's about to get barreled again. And we're just going to say it's in the menu, but really, we know in this next game, we're going to barrel him again. I'm like 100 Discords I'm active in, like 3, and none of them include whoever set that barrel. Yeah, but I don't know any of that's true, do I, Ultimania? I don't know that that's true. Why would you even use it to, as a way of disproving anything? I don't know how many Discords you're a part of. How many... You could have multiple different accounts across multiple different devices and computers and such. Like, I don't know how many Discords you've got. Except the fact that it's highly unlikely that you'd post a barrel and then get blown up by a barrel. That would be highly unlikely that those two things would ever happen within the same time frame of them happening. And then you also going, yes, he did. He went into the trap, yes. But again, just because it's possible on a 0.0000001% doesn't mean that we should appeal to it as intelligent people. We should appeal to what is probably most likely to be true. And what is probably most likely to be true is that Barney and Ultimania are in a Discord somewhere with a bunch of cheaters trolling me. Joe, is it or is it not true that we share the barrel emote to argue against you when you say you are above average reaction time? But you don't do that every time. It's not like the barrel emote comes out every single game or every single time that I'm streaming. Like the barrel emote's actually kind of uncommon, to be fair. I've not actually seen anyone use the barrel emote for quite some time. Well, I make arguments about reaction times all of the time, so the argument there would be, if I'm making arguments about reaction times all the time, why don't you always place the barrel? That's like a common thing, but now you're using it as the fact that, oh, you were talking about reaction times, that's why I posted the barrel. Yeah, we talk about reaction times all the time, and you don't post the barrel. You only seem to place the barrel in the same time that I also got killed by a barrel. So it would seem like the consistency of why the barrel is being used is inconsistent. So therefore it would seem likely as the actual excuse, wouldn't it? Or the reason, rather. Because it sounds like just an excuse. How is it a straw man? I'm not misrepresenting anything. What am I misrepresenting for it to be a straw man? But we're not talking about all the other times. We're talking about the fact that's not the argument being made, Barney. That's a cherry picked. You're literally picking and choosing things. Leave out this chunk here. You're taking out consistency to create an inconsistent argument that suits your position. Like, Ultimania made an argument of consistency, and I'm pointing out the inconsistency as my evidence against that argument. Now you're trying to use an inconsistent argument against me by removing the inconsistency to suit yourself. That's not the same. You're literally strawmanning my position right now. It's a counter strawman. I ain't strawmanning anything. He made an argument of consistency, and I'm pointing out the inconsistency of that consistent argument. And now you're trying to pick and choose things and making an inconsistent argument against me because it suits you to say so. No, I didn't just do no you. I literally just said he made an argument of consistency and I used the inconsistency as my evidence, and then you're picking and choosing the consistencies of my arguments to make an inconsistent argument about me that you can use for your own argument that is a misrepresentation of what I've said and done. It's not me saying, oh no, you. Almost fired on this fucking... Can't move anywhere without getting fucking baited now. I never crouch in the open and literally know there's a player there and I'm trying to not be heard by staying outside of the 20-meter radius. I'm crouching with actual tactical and strategic reasoning. They sounded pretty closer than that. Sounds fucking close to be fucking sisters. There's a dude on this side. Heard a dude setting off ducks and then shooting some kind of crossbow or something. Doesn't change the fact that, like, I'm still doing it for tactical reasons, innit? Crouching out in the open in a compound coming from the direction that I just spawned on, where there's only limited positions where people can actually shoot me from, and there's like many fucking barrels of hay and all kinds of things blocking all kinds of angles, and people are going to call that out in the open. Yeah, okay. People don't know what out in the open fucking means, bro. I could be standing here crouching like this and people would be like, look at him crouch walking out in the open. What, out in the open with this wall here, with this hay here, with this massive building here. And that'll be the dude from earlier. I hit him, fucking hell, he hit me as well. And another team always there. Shooting while strafing, cheater. Right, yeah, sure. This would be the dude that I heard earlier that people were saying, he's in the other compound, he's not anywhere close. And stopping on the roof just after stating that there are guys outside the compound. And just stopping on the roof and stating that there are guys outside the compound. What do you mean stopping on the roof? You mean the dude that I heard was there and was crouch walking specifically because I heard them? Brother, he was in the other compound at the beginning of the game. It took you 10 minutes to crouch walk. Then what are you talking about? You could hear the dude. I could hear the fucking dude. What are you talking about, bro? Fucking hear him, bro. What do you mean the things that happen in my mind? Kiss bang bang. Another dude? Why fucking trios or something, bro? Oh, holy shit, bro. There's another dude here as well. What? The dude survived that fucking shot, bro. Oh, I'm afraid not, man. You only had one shot in that shotgun, and I knew you only had one shot in that shotgun because you didn't reload. All these people all just happen to like converge on me all back to back to back to back after killing each other. Yeah, sure. Pretty sure this is the teammate of the other person, man, but maybe I should burn just to confirm. I'm losing a bullet here. Why don't there's load to fall? You're in duos. I don't know how you're still surprised when 3 or 4 different teams show up. Because they're back to back, one after another after another. Like, why wouldn't they be fighting each other? Why are they all daisy chaining their way over to me? From the same direction as well. I know they're probably the partner of the other dude or whatever, but I'm going to just confirm, burn and confirm. Slightly better protection. Yeah, daisy chain behind each other. Like, why wouldn't they be fighting each other? Why wouldn't they be coming across each other and seeing each other and fighting each other? Why are they all behind each other, daisy chains? So like when I kill one set of group, another one immediately there. And then another one immediately there. It's almost like cheaters all working against me. When I kill one set of cheaters, there's another set of cheaters to appear to try and get vengeance for the other cheaters. Then when I kill them, another set of cheaters behind them. It's like fucking whack-a-mole with cheaters. woulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda, but it always seems to go the same way though, innit? Like, it's always I kill a dude and there's another dude and I kill a dude and another dude and another dude and another dude and another dude. Even after I literally killed the dude at the start, as soon as I go to loot that guy's body, immediately dudes shooting me from across the way. Why is it I get dudes from across the way trying to shoot me, but dudes from across the way don't shoot the dude that I just killed? It's almost like they're waiting. It's like, oh no, he killed out one of our cheater friends, we better start shooting at him from across the way. Like, why wouldn't they shoot the other dude? He was there the whole time. The crazy fucking shot on this dude through the bush here. And then another team also. And he just knows that I'm not looking that way and steps around with no footsteps and shoots me. Just knows that I'm not looking that way. Like a 50-50 chance of which way I'll be looking, and he picks the way when I'm not looking that way. What are the odds? What are the odds, man? With a dude with 43 games on a 6-year-old account. Because that dude shot me when the dude, like, basically could barely even see me through those bushes. But the dude took a fucking clean shot at me. The least likely person to turn and take a shot at me took a shot at me. Yeah, but the dude knew when I wasn't looking. That was my initial argument. How does the dude know when I'm not looking? How long does it take to crouch walk around? Like, this is 50 meters is running footstep movement, right? You understand that, right? Running footstep movement. Like, you can hear people running at 50 meters or less. Look at the direction of the shot, bro. Look at the direction of this shot. How far round would you have to go to make that shot, bro? So this dude here just knew I was there on this angle from up here. Why does this guy know that I'm there? Why does this guy know that I'm there? Another dude with seeming knowledge. How does this dude get up here, bro? Who is this dude? How does this dude get up here, bro? How does he know that I'm there? How many people are all coming from the same direction? Did shooting stay in the area? There's other people shooting as well. On other sides, on other angles. Why am I being singled out? Yeah, but why does he come straight to me and not anybody else? Why are so many different teams coming all from the same direction? Back to back to back to back to back, one after another. No chance to breathe or anything. There's the constant daisy chain of players, constantly. Yeah, but the other dude on the left would have been visible. Why did he come straight to me? They were out in the open as well. Oh, they were out in the open on the left-hand side to me. If anything, it's probably more open than where I was. Trees. But he has to move, but he's on a narrow angle for me to be open on his angle. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's this whole area of area that he's gonna come at and see. And I'm in a tiny corner, like between like a rock and shit. Like, look at this shit, bro. Like, look at this position, right? This guy literally got the entire area to survey. Yet he comes down this narrow path here, directly onto me, looking directly to me. Not this whole entire area. All down here. These guys are like over here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these guys are all over here, the direction that I'm facing. He's got this entire open area he could have come from to look at other people with the sniper scope. But instead, comes down this narrow-ass path directly to me, straight to me, bang, headshot. Yeah, but the gunshots come from the other side as well. And I moved to this set area. Like, if anything, the gunshots were like over there and over here. I never really fired from this position. I never really fired any bullets from the position I was at. There was a general area of gunfighting happening all around this area. You saw him running onto the rock a moment earlier. I don't know how that's like an argument either way. It's like you do understand that this is a narrow pathway. He didn't come from this way. He didn't come this way. You got to have come from somewhere around this way to come to this direction. Whether he came from the narrow path or over here over the rocks doesn't really make any difference. He still had to come to this angle to me when this whole area is open and he could have seen the other people. I'm not saying that it's not hard to crouch around with a sniper. I'm saying that there's two other targets he could have been aiming at or going towards who was shooting just as much or even more than I was shooting. A dude with only 84,000 hours in the game. I did check it before already. 43 games on a 6-year-old account. He's waiting for someone to slip up, but why weren't the other two who were also standing around in trees where you could easily see them with the sniper scope not also getting clapped and getting messed up as well? You were wide open. They were wide open. From his point of view, they were just as wide open as I was. But I could still see them from my point of view, and he's got a wider view, so he could see them easily. The dude on the left was probably more open than the dude on the right, because I could hear his footsteps literally around the corner. You're telling me that I can hear this dude's footsteps right around the corner, but that other sniper can't fucking see the other dude? Literally not making any noise, man. I'm literally not making any noise at all. Look at him, he's coming around down it. Look, 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 look. There's a dude literally to my left moving around, right? There's literally a dude moving. There's literally a dude moving around here, bro. And he still fires on me even though there's another dude moving around the corner from where I am. Well, it's the first time I actually went back to look for him, innit? So it's like, why would I be looking otherwise? You know what I'm saying? You guys make the, some of the, like, dumbest arguments, man. You are the easy shot, not from that point of view, man. You can see around that rock as well. And the other dude's actually moving at the time. Look. There's a dude, he's actually moving around here all the time. Don't really get a look down there, but there's a dude around here somewhere, moving around where I am. I'm around this corner, there's a dude around here moving around. You're telling me from up there, the dude can't see the dude through the trees moving around and shit? Because you can literally audibly hear him moving. Okay, maybe I misheard the footsteps from in-game, man. He didn't make any footsteps, man. Maybe it was an easy shot, man, but like it doesn't change the fact that like, the unlikeliness of so many people in such close proximity, like it's unreal. Like not all of those players were legit, bro. There's just no way, bro. You hunt down onto 5 minutes. So this dude here, I killed as a solo. I think this is the first guy. I don't think there's anything sus about this guy necessarily. It was the other dudes that were taking shots at me over the way, the duo that I killed. These two dudes here, I think. Yeah. I think these two were the ones that were shooting me from across the way, and he calls himself Trash Player. Less than 1 KD, basically brand new to the game. Cat avatar. So I think this is our cheater group in it. These were the ones that didn't shoot the other dude that I killed, but as soon as I killed him, they started throwing shots at me across the way. I think this is this team. 13 games on a 2-year-old account. And Peter De Bear, or whatever, however you say that, who's got a bit more bounty. Whatever. 26 games on a 4-year-old account. Did I not fucking mute this audio, bro? Dude, it was muted and it was still making music, man. What the fuck? There was nothing sus in the play. People come for the gunfire, yeah, but they never shot the other dude who was clearly more visible than me. So I heard the horse going off, so I knew somebody was here, or on their way, or somebody on the other side, right? Horse going off. Seven Sisters is behind me. Seven Sisters is behind me. Yeah, but it's still in that direction, man. I thought Seven Sisters was behind me on the other side. Well, either way, it's still over there, though, right? I'm on the assumption that somebody's over there. Right? Horse again, second horse. So then I start crouch walking just to see if there's anybody there. Just make sure if I can creep up on anyone that might be there. And it's like, oh, you're crouching out in the open of all this cornfield that blocks this way. I spawned over there, so no one's going to be there. No one's really going to be behind me yet. So it's going to be kind of covered on there. You got literally the whole compound to my left. And this is out in the open. He's out in the open, guys. Literally the only area I can be shot from is literally this area here. Like everything else is basically covered, but apparently I'm out in the open. I'm out and fully out in the open here. You're out in the open, yeah, sure. I'm out in the open that I'm looking at. I'm out in the open in the direction that I'm looking at. And then I'm hearing ducks going off over there. So I still think that there's somebody over here, right? There's ducks going off now. So I think there's somebody over here. There's horses. Now I'm hearing ducks. I feel like there's somebody who might be on their way over here. Look at him out in the open inside this fucking barn house. Out in the open. This is the only open area here because I'm blocked by the cornfields on the right hand side of me. This is not really out in the open. This pretty much blocks my sight lines here. It's only open here and a tiny little bit on the far left, but then that's blocked by lots of the stuff inside of the compound. So it's not an open area. Oh, look, it's open all the way down that narrow path there. It's open all the way down there. It's open, you see. You can see down there. Forget all this fucking haystack here in the windmill and all this shit blocking the way. No, it's open because you can see down to that red barrel there. So that's open. I don't know why you're trying to justify it. You're still crouch walking when you don't need to. On the assumption that there's somebody there who's run there and I'm just creeping up to ensure that I'm not making any footsteps up to a 20-meter radius of them so that if I hear them running, then they won't have heard me because I'm in the crouch position. See, because you guys don't know how to play the game properly because you're all cheating. So if I'm crouch walking up and then I start to hear them running, I know they've not heard me because I'm in the crouch position. So I've got the 20-meter radius, whereas because they're running, I hear them before they can hear me. So that's the benefit of being in a crouched position, is that I'll hear other people before they hear me. So that gives me the tactical advantage of knowing where they are first. Yeah, you're the ones who don't know how to play. Yeah. Well, if you knew how to play, then you'd understand the strategic sense of crouching. Wouldn't you? If you were good at the game, then you'd know why you was crouching. Like if I'm crouch walking and people are running around, I'm going to hear them before they hear me. That gives me tactical advantage. If I'm crouch walking around the place and then get domed because I'm out in the open, it's more likely that person had wall hacks and knew I was there. Isn't it? Wouldn't it be? That'd be the case. But you'd use that against me. No, you're out in the open crouch walking. Therefore, it's bad. No. Yes, that is what it is. If I'm crouch walking around the place and then I get domed, it's more likely they were wall hacking because most people are just going to be running from point to point and moving around. So for someone to have noticed that I was crouch walking around would probably mean that they had knowledge I was there already. Crouching can be strategic. It doesn't mean I want to do it for 20 minutes at a time. I'm not doing it for 20 minutes at a time. I'd rather fight people and win and lose and get into the next match. I'd like to play faster, that's all. That's just an excuse for saying I'm bad at the game. I think I heard something, right? Now, if you crash through the these wide open areas where I'm blocked on multiple angles and I'm only actually open on a few little areas, most of which I'm looking at. So if anyone was there, I'd see them. If you crouch walk through open areas, it gives you the other guys the possibility to spot you and dome you, and it does not require a wall hack. Everyone is covering some corner or areas in there, but I'm never crouch walking out in the bare open. I'm usually crouch walking strategically, knowing that I have certain elements to cover, or knowing that I should be covered on the angles that I'm not looking at. Again, but Barney, that's another false argument, isn't it? He's AD at the game. I don't remember that, but double your rank logic. Yeah, just because he's got double my rank doesn't mean that rank is legitimate, does it? He could be a cheater, couldn't he, Barney? Can you see what I mean? Why you're making bad arguments? Man, this really shows what you're not thinking about the game. You covered one side, yes. There could be a sniper in that tower that spawned there by now, but why would he be in that tower already? It's the start of the game, and I'm on compound. I'm on bounty. Which fucking tower are you talking about specifically this early into the game? Do you think somebody's going to be up there already now, looking this way? For what reason? The grain silo you were staring at for like 5 minutes. Where? What grain silo? Well, I'm not going to go back because I still have points that I'm trying to make here. And I don't want to lose where I'm at. So I thought I heard something over here. That's why I pinged it, right? I can't go back anyway because of the time. I don't think. Clip this. Save in Steam. Did I not save this in Steam? Is it not saved in Steam? Saved in Steam. Holy shit. I lost it. But this grain silo up there, why would anybody be there? Why would anybody be there? Like, I came from this direction. There'd be no way that anyone got there already. In below 3-star rank, no one ever would do that. No one would ever do it. No one would ever be there in a 3-star lobby, bro. Yeah, but nobody would ever do that in a 3-star, bro. It would never happen. Fucking confusing, isn't it? When you got fucking another clip or something playing in the background. The reactions on that shot as well are fucking crazy. And he's telling me that these dudes at the back over here, all of a sudden, just start shooting at me, and they never once had the opportunity to shoot this dude who must have been dilly-dallying around here for some time. You can see them up over here, look. See them over there. Like, they start shooting and shit at me or other people or whatever. I don't know. Look at that. I hit him when he hit me, bro. It's like, come on, bro. Like, who are they shooting at to begin with? Why were they shooting over there? They're not shooting anyone else now. You got to assume that those shots were at me. But what? They come straight over there, immediately shooting at me from range. Never once try and go for this dude who's been there dilly-dallying around. And these dudes have got cat avatars and all sorts of shit. But these dudes are our cheaters, isn't it? Like, they're just showing up magically. And the dudes behind them as well. You said there were other players around and you stand up on the roof and given a perfect opportunity for a shot. Well, what do you want about, man? Why are you making these ridiculous arguments all the time, bro? Constant nitpicking bullshit arguments. Like, if you were right, you wouldn't have to make these arguments, bro. What are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? You mean here? You mean here? When I've already looked around this, I've got this whole fucking rock here. Do you not see this shit, bro? Do you not see the rocks? Are you just going to play willfully ignorant to the rocks that are all here? You're going to play ignorant to all this shit here when I'm standing on the roof? You're just going to play ignorant to it, yeah? You think that when I'm on the roof, you think I can't see this shit here, right? The dude that I think is here is somewhere on this direction over here. I've already checked visibly that I can't see anybody there. So when I see there's a rock and a mountain here, I'm going to go up and be looking over here to see if there's anybody there because I know there ain't no one going to be there. What are you talking about, man? Like, I'm looking over there because I'm looking to see if I can see him over there, innit? He's not going to be on the rocks, is he? I'd have heard him. Guys, you guys make the most, like, stupid arguments, stretching arguments you could possibly make against me that just deny reality in the examples you give. It's just annoying. It's just a difference in game skill and game logic. I assume I can get a shot from any angle so I don't crouch around. Why do you assume you can get shots from angle? Oh, no, unless of course you're playing against cheaters all the time that will shoot you on weird angles and shoot you through walls and impossible things. Then you might take that position that you can't crouch ever because you'll just probably get shot by dudes who are cheating. Yeah, I can understand that. But again, with the person using actual logic based on real life behavior of how people will actually play, I can make confident and tactical decisions that I'm not going to get shot on angles that are likely not to have players on those angles. And that's what game sense is. So if I'm not able to use my game sense and my game sense is used against me, then that will probably be indicative of people cheating if my game sense wouldn't actually be used to protect me or whatever. I play in high lobbies, people have good eyes and reaction speed. No, you play in high lobbies where everyone's cheating, Ultimania. I'm sure I've run into a cheater or two, but a lot of the time you run into cheaters all the time, bro. Wait. No, not waiting. What time is it? Yeah. Cancel. I need to get fucking RE3 fucking completed, man. I need to, like, 45 minutes try and fucking beat this fucking last boss, man. That's what I need to fucking do. Need to get this game fucking cleared off, man. Wrong keyboard. Does that say Resident Evil 5? Fucking hell, I typed in Resident Evil 3. It's probably because you're cheating as well, isn't it, ultimately? If you're running into cheaters all the time and you're beating them so often, then you must be cheating way more aggressively than these other cheaters. So cheaters exist. Cheating's more rampant than it's ever been, ever. In the history of humanity in PvP gaming, cheating's never been as bad in online games as it has been now. With YouTube channels complaining about cheating all the time, cheaters being complained about in forums and Reddit all over the place, being a multi-billion-dollar industry, and all these cheaters who would obviously be flooded in the higher ranks. Ultimania is not only the best player legitimately, but has no problem clapping out cheaters. This guy just must be some kind of superhuman, and we're all supposed to believe how this is supposed to anywhere close to being reality whatsoever. How am I cheating? I'm in 3-star MMR, bro. Where the people who are going to be cheating in 3-star are going to be the people who should be 1-star who are cheating. Slightly above average, you just literally said you're still winning so often in the best rank of the world. You're in the top ranks in the world, and you often win, and then you're going to say you're slightly above average maybe every so often. Like, why are you contradicting yourself talking shit? No, you're just making up excuses because you're a cheater, Ultimania. You've already proven you're in a Discord server conspiring against me with Barney. When was that proven? When the statistical unlikeliness that you can be posting a barrel moments before I get hit by a barrel, and for Barney to be like, yes! Emphatically, that I went into a barrel. That would both suggest premeditation of knowledge that that could have happened or was going to happen. Got to go round and round in circles and explain things that have already been explained. What is premeditated knowledge? As in, you had knowledge in advance that the action was premeditated. The fact that you even have to say that, oh, but look, it's like it's an oxymoron or something. How can you have premeditated knowledge that requires the same thing? To even make these kind of nitpicky semantic type arguments already shows you that you're on the wrong side and you're a bad faith actor. Because you wouldn't have to make it. You just give the benefit of the doubt, be like, yeah, I know what he's trying to say. You wouldn't have to press her on it. But because you're ideologically opposed to me, you have to make all these like nitpicking style arguments, and only bad actors and bad faith arguers would do that. So again, all you're doing is adding more proof to the fact, and then you'll misrepresent that saying, oh, but you use other people's arguments against them and say that person they're a cheater, so why can't I do the same for you? But ignore all the context of what was actually being said. That's also what bad faith actors would do as well. If HDR is on, right? Yeah. Right. How am I a bad actor? I don't do what you do. Dude, there's a dodge. Forget, you can only make one mistake. You said I ignore context, and that makes me a bad actor. You admitted that you ignore context. Where did I admit context? When did I admit that I ignore context? Where did I ever say that, Barney? You were crying that the guy who shot you down from behind was cheating and kept trying to claim that it was targeting only you because it was you. No, I'm saying my whole entire argument from start to finish was, how can people always be behind the other people? That I kill one set of team, then there's always another person behind that set of team, and then another person behind that team. Like, that can't happening over and over. That can't happen unless at least one or more parties are cheating to occur. Yeah, but your clip is just going to be out of context to what my actual argument is, isn't it, Barney? What was the argument that I was making from the very start of the entire scenario? So type to me here what my argument was from the beginning and what it was all the way through, right? Don't just pick out a tiny bit from the whole argument. What's my entire argument the whole way through? That is to be expected as the teams concentrate on the area where the fighting is happening. No, that's not true, because you can't have that many teams all spawn in proximity and all be there ready to fight at a moment's notice. I can read your clip where you admitted that you ignore context. No, I don't. You're ignoring the context behind me saying that I ignore context. And we all know that it wasn't about context. It's about you rephrasing excuses as context. And I'll say that I ignore your excuses that you claim is context. That's what the argument is about. You're just ignoring the context. Again, we already had this argument already, Barney. You said context doesn't matter. No, I didn't say context doesn't matter. I said you making excuses doesn't matter. But none of this is relation to what I'm literally just saying, so you must be wrong. Like, whatever you're saying must be false, otherwise you'd just be arguing the point that we're actually arguing about now and not another point entirely, wouldn't we? If you was right and I was wrong, you'd be able to argue on the points that were being argued currently, and you wouldn't have to fish and fetch for any kind of argument that happened elsewhere to form your argumentation. You'd be able to just argue on what we're actually discussing right now. You did say you ignore context because it doesn't matter. No, I didn't say that. I've always said context always matters. Always matters. Bringing evidence of you doing a thing you claimed you don't do isn't fishing. But I don't do that. You will never find anywhere that I say that I ignore context unless you are specifically ignoring any type of context that I'm talking about. If I'm referring to context that you're claiming is context, which is actually excuses, there'll be never anywhere where I'd be straight up saying context doesn't matter when I'm literally on record all of the time telling you context is the most important thing. So if you can find a clip me saying context doesn't matter, you have to be 100% changing the context or omitting the context of why I'm saying that. And it will be something that you've taken out of context, because it's not my position, never has been my position, never will be my position. So if you can get a clip of me saying that, it's out of context and it can't possibly be true. Why? When I've already told you that it can't possibly be true. Why are we wasting so much time when we know you're going to get proven wrong? Back from the shop, what I missed, you didn't miss anything, Josh. Just people making stupid arguments that are obviously not true, that are just out of context comments, clearly claiming that I saying that context doesn't matter, it must be out of context, because there's no way that I'd ever say that. So it's either something that someone's either misheard or misunderstood. You missed Joe saying that he doesn't ignore context, even though he's admitted he does that back in RE3 stream. Where? When? In what? Why can't? If this has happened and it is true, why do you need to go and fish for a clip and you can't just say the context of what happened and what was being said? Like, you know it happened, right? You remember what happened, right? So how do you have to go and look for a clip that you know happened? Shouldn't you just be able to type in, this is what you said and this is what in regards it was being said about? You'd know it off the top of your head, right? If you knew this had happened. Why have you got to go fish for a clip? But why do you have to go and get a clip when you could literally just say what I said? If you remember what I said, and then we can just argue based on what I said. Why'd you got to go look for a clip that is going to be proven false? But it's going to be proven false because it's not my position. Never has been my position, so it can't be true. You don't believe him, so he needs the clip. Why can't you just say what I said, and then we can see what the context of what I was saying was, rather than wasting everyone's time, you looking for a clip, and then me having to watch the clip, and then having to explain why you're wrong. Probably having to go back further in the clip to actually get the actual context that you've admitted. We all know that that's what's going to happen. But it's not going to be true because it's not my position. It's not something I'd ever say, so I know that it can't be correct. But it's not going to be cold hard evidence that I can run away from, is it? It's going to be something that you've clipped out of context, of which you could just say the line that you want to take out of context here so that we can save everyone the time. Right? You're wasting everyone's time, Barney. You could just type it, what I said, in chat. No, because I don't want conversations of this shit happening over the top of the gameplay of RE3. In case I ever want to clip all of the pieces together and upload the entire playthrough. I don't want the playthrough to have me arguing with mongoloids about this topic. Why can't you just type what I said? It's like you don't even know what I said either, so you're going back to the clip, not to find the clip, just to try and remember what I'd said because you obviously don't remember it. I remember the argument, more or less, what you're referring to, so I already know you're wrong. I just don't remember the specifics, but I know that it was generally around the context was you guys were making excuses, and I'm saying I'm just going to ignore you on the basis of the fact that you're all making excuses, and you were basically calling your excuses context, and then trying to make out saying that I was saying I was ignoring context when I'm not. I'm ignoring the fact that you guys are making excuses and already know you're wrong, so I'm going to ignore everything else you're saying. That's what it was in regards to. We all know that that's the case. We're all going to have our time wasted just so that I have to make the argument again once you find the clip. Or don't find the clip and just keep everyone here in perpetuity doing nothing. Perpetuity or whatever. We all know it ain't true. It's just a misrepresentation that you're doing already. Too early. I can dodge too early. Oh, I keep opening the box, man. I keep thinking I need to pick stuff up, man.
Felt that, did you?
Shit, too early. Fucking hell, man. Every dodge has to be perfect, man. So annoying. Yeah.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Oh. But I could have timed that better, to be fair. What's up? No one finding the clip then? A whole bunch of people just left, so I'm assuming that no one could find
Give
the
me the
clip.
back.
You walk too far into the corner.
Felt that, did you? Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Too greedy on the shots, man. It's like, why? Just give me a bit of fucking leeway, man. So either the clip never existed, or Barney and Ultimania wanted us to see how long I'd wait on the screen and not play the game, and then as soon as I started playing the game, they just left.
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Bad. Dude, the acid splash blocked my dodge. Just RNG, can I not get the acid splash splashing on me? It's an 8-hour stream, give them a minute. It's an 8-hour stream, it would have happened at the end, 8-hour stream. They're not in the stream, so people have left, innit? There was like 7 people here, there's only 4 now. Yeah.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking. Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Oh, I fucking tried to reload, and you can't dodge and reload at the same time. Like, the dodge mechanic should take priority over any reload that gets pressed, and it should be cancelable. So said Josh's context doesn't matter because he wasn't emphasizing with you after you mocked his health. I didn't mock his health, I was mocking his excuse making is illogical. I wasn't mocking his health condition. We already went through this with AI, so you're already misrepresenting what I'm already saying, so you presumably already misrepresented that as well. There you are. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And if you say I did, I'm just going to ban you, man. I've had enough arguing about it with you, bro. Like, I know what I meant. I know what I said. AI
Give me the
proved it.
vaccine,
AI backed me up.
please.
You were proven wrong. And that's how it is. And if you're going to keep contradicting me, I'll just fucking ban you, bro. I'm sick and tired of arguing it with you, bro. But we already know. I already know what the context is. I already told you what the context is. Of what stream? An 8-hour stream. 7 hours and 2 minutes ish of what? Of what stream? What stream? When? Yeah, but context doesn't matter. Why? Why? But Barney, why am I saying context doesn't matter in that specific scenario? Why am I saying it?
Now drop the gun.
Quit out of the game because I can't alt tab properly while I'm in HDR mode. For the record, I didn't bring this back up, but at the same time, I won't let you just say lies. It's not lies. It isn't lies. I never mocked your health. I was mocking you using your health as an excuse to argue out of an argument. It wasn't mocking your health. We already went through it. You can believe what you want to believe, but you are factually wrong, Josh. He gave you the context as to why he said the thing he said. You then said his context doesn't matter. Yeah, but why does his context not matter? Why does his context not matter if you can even call it context? Why does it not matter? Why am I saying it? You're just saying what I said, but you're not giving the why part. You guys always seem to fall down and fall over when it comes to the why part. You're good at claiming things and saying things and stating things, but you're not very good at the why part. Why is it happening? The actual explanation, the actual context, the things that actually matter. The difficulty is extremely difficult, and somebody's like just telling me like, oh, it can be doable, but then offers like no advice, and all What? I'm saying You is timestamped I the just wrong don't believe part. that they're telling the truth. What, 7? What is it? What am I complaining about not being coddled about? What are you talking about? Can't scroll up properly on this thing. What is
Mm.
it?
I don't know that you're not lying, Josh.
7 hours, 2
All your
minutes.
behavior still makes me think that you are lying because you're not doing anything to acknowledge your own actions and how your own actions are being perceived. Who gaslight me constantly and routinely over and over again, as I've evidenced with the way in which I've treated outside of the stream. So, based on that context, when
Yeah,
I'm trying to question you because I'm suspicious about your claims,
yeah,
then you go immediately to a health condition that
yeah,
could be seen as using a health condition as a guilt tripping method to stop me questioning you on a lie.
yeah. Right.
Do you not see that that's perfectly reasonable?
This
Why I
is
would think
right.
that?
Right. Yeah.
Do you not see that it's perfectly reasonable why I think that? Do you not see? But if you empathized with me, you'd understand the mockery and you wouldn't be offended by it. If you understood, if you empathized, you'd understand why I was doing that and you
Right.
wouldn't be offended. But
Right.
I don't think you are offended either. I
Right.
think you're just claiming offense so that you can further make out that I'm a bad guy. Because you've not done
Right.
anything that a good person would do yet. You haven't
What?
done the behavior of a good person yet.
What's your
I'm
arguments
still
that you're making?
waiting for the behavior of a good person to emerge.
What? What's wrong with anything that I just said there?
Neither of you. Neither of my what? What have I done that's wrong?
Yeah. What have I done
And
that's
if you
wrong?
say mock my health, you're choosing to literally just ignore what I just said.
Yeah. So you actively choose to ignore the context of which I just explained, which perfectly makes sense, and is what I was actually doing. This is the part you said. You said 7 hours, 2 minutes ish.
Doing that, which again, actions of a bad person. So I'm waiting for the actions of a good person to emerge. Joe won't acknowledge my message because he knows I'm wrong. I'm ignoring you because I'm trying to focus on what Josh is saying.
Right. Yeah.
Lied about what and said I mocked my health. Again, like literally, I just said you can't do that. You have to first recognize that you have not empathized with my position. Right? You've said something, I'm suspicious of it. You know the type of work that I do, so you've not at any point empathized for my position. If you had done, if you understood my position, you wouldn't be offended when I mocked you for your condition. Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Yeah. What's
That's
wrong here?
exactly how it works, yes.
It's past us. Then
That's
why
exactly how
didn't you
it
put
works.
the exact
Because that's the
timestamp?
logical
Why do we
chain
have
of
to do this? We get your clips, get your timestamps correct. Why do we have to go through everything? Like you've linked it, you linked it at the wrong timestamp, then you've given me a timestamp in chat that's also wrong. Why can't you just get your facts right, guys?
action, right? I expose cheaters for a living, you could say. A lot of people don't like me because I do that, probably because I believe that they are cheaters themselves. So I have a lot of distrust for my audience about the things that they claim. So when I'm in a situation where I'm struggling, which could be used as a way to say that I'm bad at the game, and say that maybe I should switch to a keyboard and mouse, you then say no, it's doable on a controller, makes me think, oh, okay, so he did it on a controller. So he did it on nightmare difficulty. Okay, so then how did you do it? And then you can't give me any details. So okay, you can't even give me any details. So you can't really give me any actual real tangible help with this boss fight whatsoever. And then when questioning that further, you then go, I've got health problems, I've got migraines all the time. So you could see from my point of view how I'd be like, I'm a little bit distrustful about the chain of events here. I actually don't think you completed nightmare difficulty at all. I think you're just trying to make out that you have, so that you can make out that you're a better gamer than me, and just make out that I'm bad at games. Am I not okay to think that? It doesn't matter what the context is. We're talking about empathizing about my
perspective here. How I yeah, because I'm on the first chain of events. So again, this is what I'm saying. Like, look, there's a chain of events here, right? We're gonna go on paint or something here, right? Okay. We'll just do it in text, right? We'll just do it in text, right? Or something like that, right? So I'll go in text. Fucking hell. Right, so we'll go like so basically I need to draw a diagram really. So we've got in the first step of the chain, right, is Josh doesn't empathize with my position. Josh doesn't empathize with my position. Doesn't empathize with my position, right? This is the base level of what happened, right? This is the base level. This is level 1. Right? So first, like, Josh doesn't empathize with my position, why I've come to this conclusion in the first place, right? The whole chain of events of why it's come to this conclusion, of why I've not mocked his health condition, but mocking him using it as a shield to get out of this argument. That's what I'm really mocking. That's what I'm doing, right? So I'm not emphasizing my position, because if he did, he wouldn't be offended, right? Right, he wouldn't be offended. He wouldn't be offended. Right, offended. Right, this is logic prime. This is context prime. This is what actually happened. Right. So I've come to this conclusion based off the things that Josh has said that has caused him to be offended. When if he understood why I came to the conclusion, he wouldn't be offended. Josh then wants to talk about his context, but his context ignores this context, right? His context ignores this context. So his context can be ignored because it's not the correct context. It ignores context. His context that he wants to project is out of context that isn't relevant. That's why it's being ignored, because this is the default position. If you'd understood the reasons why I'm mocking using his health condition as a shield, he wouldn't have been offended at me mocking this health condition, because I'm not mocking his health condition. I'm mocking him using it as a shield, as an excuse for no reason other than to try and make out that I'm bad at games. That's the correct prime context. His context is after the fact. It's after this. His context ignores this and assumes it never happened and isn't relevant. He's ignoring my context and then pushing his context as the priority context, when in the situation, it's my context that is priority first. Because if you understood how I came to that conclusion, you wouldn't be offended in the first place. So your offense requires to ignore actual context. So I'm saying it's okay for me to ignore his context, because for his context to be accepted, he has to ignore my context, which actually happened. So for me to accept his context means to ignore the actual context, because his context is fake. It's not real context. And it's only being referred to as his context because he's claiming it as context, and I'm just referring to it as context in the moment. The reality is his context isn't real context. It's a fabricated excuse that ignores the actual context that happened, which you have to ignore to accept his context, which means he's ignoring my context to push his context, which means I have the right to ignore this fake context that's being projected onto me. It's not real context. And now we're going back to the game after you've been debunked. Just as I said, you'd have just taken it out of context and failed to understand what actually happened. You have to take things out of context and ignore the context to make out an argument that I never made. My position is context matters, and my argument still is context matters. My argument literally is you have to ignore my context to push his fake context onto me. So my argument still is context matters. It's just that in that situation, my context happens in the chain first. So my context has priority because that's the context that actually happened. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable, guys. No, it didn't have priority because you need to understand why I've come to that conclusion. You've chosen to be offended because you've misunderstood my position. So you're offended because you misunderstand why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's a misunderstanding you have. Your context is you didn't understand how something was being said to you. That's the actual context, Josh. That's your context. You don't want to accept that because it makes you the bad guy. So you're going to recontextualize it differently. But the context is you didn't understand my position and why I did what I did and said it how I said it. You misunderstood and got offended because you misunderstood. But if you understood to begin with and understood the correct context, you would not have been offended to begin with. So you have to ignore the context to push your fake context that pushes me out to be the bad guy, and then using this now as an argument that I say context doesn't matter, when it literally is the argument I'm making that context does in fact matter. You're disproven. My context takes priority in the situation because you're the one being offended by a misunderstanding. You've got the wrong context to begin with, got offended because you had the wrong context, and then saying the actual context of what happened isn't important, only your assumed feelings because you got it wrong. Because you got it wrong and you feel bad, you feel your context matters more because you're the one that feels like they've been wronged. But you only feel like you've been wronged because you misunderstood the context to begin with. I didn't mock chronic illness. I mocked him using his illness as an excuse for why he can't remember what he did in the video game. Of which AI agreed with me and backed me up. Remember? You're forgetting. Type into AI. AI won't back you up. And in the end, when I explained the situation, AI did back me up and said exactly what I was telling you the whole time. For everyone in chat, the context is Josh. Look, why are you recontextualizing it? People can watch the stream. You linked it. They can watch the whole context. Why you gotta explain something that you linked? Unless you're trying to, lie. For everyone in chat in context, Josh, you recommended something. No, Josh never recommended anything. Joe misunderstood it and got offended by it. No. Josh was making out that he beat the game on nightmare difficulty, and when trying to push him for how he beat the boss, wasn't able to give anything, and then asking why that's weird that you don't remember it when I remember the hard bosses that I beat it on, Dark Souls or whatever. He then went, oh, I've got brain migraines all the time and all that stuff. That's why I can't remember things. And that's just like, it's literally like going the nuclear option. He pressed the nuclear button. Quick, I need to get out of this argument. Quick, health condition. If I press the health condition button, if he pushes against it, I can make him look like a bad person for pushing against the health condition. And if he, like, what I'm saying, like, he's just using it as an excuse, as a shield to avoid the discussion because he knows he's lying about beating the game on nightmare difficulty. He's only using it to mock me in the chat. And here's Barney and everyone trying to recontextualize what happens to try and make out that I'm the bad guy again. We just went through it, just went through the context. Like, these guys are all lying. These guys are all lying. Can't stop twisting the words all the time. All the time. Yeah, exactly. The stream is there for everyone to see, and I explained it perfectly. And in the end, AI backed me up and said I was morally correct, and I wasn't wrong or did anything morally wrong at all. It did. At the very end, when I explained blow by blow what actually happened, because the AI needed the context to come to the correct conclusion, which you'll all say, you're prompting the AI. I wasn't prompting the AI. I was giving the AI all the context to know what actually happened. And when it was given the context, it said, no, you didn't do anything wrong. And then clearly repeated back what I've been telling you previously in the stream. So the people who go back and watch the stream will say that I already had said this, and then AI basically confirmed what I'd already told you, that he was using it as a shield. He was using it as a way to cop out of a situation, and AI backed me up on all of that. In the end. Yeah, but it only said I was being wrong because I was giving it generic terms without context. That's why it was saying I was wrong. It was just saying on the idea that I was mocking his health on an isolated incident. It didn't have the build up or the context around or how things were said. As soon as I gave it all the correct context of what actually happened and how it was said, then AI understood and then sided with me because it knew I was correct. But when you say things in isolation with no context, AI can't really get it right, can it? It needs the information to build a better picture and then know what is correct. That's what happened. Everyone will see that I'm correct and that I'm right. That's what everyone will see.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Shit. Shouldn't have gone for that greed shot, man. The greed shot should have healed, but it doesn't really make a difference. If I get hit once, I'm pretty much dead anyway. The heals are an illusion. The heals are an illusion. Anybody that's a human being with actual intelligence will see that I'm correct and that you guys are all liars and
Give me the deceivers. vaccine, you greedy.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong bit. Yep, 100% sure about that. Like I said, anyone that doesn't agree must be stupid and didn't understand, or just don't have the, or sided against me because they're cheaters and against me, ideologically opposed to me. Because if you had the intelligence and understood what I was saying, you'd know that I was right. Because I've just proven myself right just then. We went back through the clip, explained the context, explained how it makes sense that what I'm saying is true, and you've been proven wrong again. But I was right. You're saying that I'm not right. You literally just got proven you were wrong. Literally 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, you just proven you were wrong. But if you had the intelligence, none of this would have happened because you wouldn't have misunderstood the original message. I didn't misunderstood any message. What are you on about? Misunderstood what message? What is this even an argument of? What message? What message am I misunderstanding? These generic, vague things that you claim. You misunderstood me trying to help. You wasn't helping. You never helped anyway. You didn't help anything. You claim help, but there was no evidence you ever did help. It only showed you that you were being smug. AI even said you looked like you were being smug. No, you wasn't attempting to do anything. That's what evil people say. That's what evil people say. Evil people say that. They always say, oh, I was trying to help. You know, when I accidentally pushed you off the train station into a train, I was trying to help. That's what evil people always say. The road to hell is paved with good intentions because all the people that do all the wrong things and all the bad things always claim they had the best intentions. I always tried to help. I always intended well, but then the outcome was that I always fucked everything up. No, there are people out there that do the wrong thing on purpose and then they claim they had good intentions because that's what evil people do. Evil people pretend to be stupid and incompetent and always make out they had the best intentions. That's what evil people do. I didn't mock someone's health. I was mocking you using your health as an excuse to get out of the argument. That's what I was doing.
Cooldown in progress.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. You're just lying and claiming it's a misunderstanding.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Whoops. dodge while you're reloading. The stun lock and easy dodge. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Cause liar, liar. But he is lying. He's got no. There's no evidence that anything that he ever said, that anything he said was in fact true. He's just trying to play on the ignorance or the lack of knowledge and claim it's a misunderstanding. I didn't misunderstand anything. The dude was trying to make out that he'd basically done this super easy smiley face, and then tries to make out that he's helping because he said that he did it on a controller and it was doable, and somehow that's trying to help me. I don't need evidence of your migraines. It's not talking about whether. I'm not saying that your migraines aren't true, Josh. I'm not saying that your health condition's a lie. I'm saying you saying that you're trying to help and recontextualize things, that it's a misunderstanding, is a lie. So why can't you stay on the points that are being said? Why is it as soon as I'm on one point, you switch to another point, and as soon as that moves to that point, you move back to the other point? You guys just literally play musical chairs with the points all of the time, and that's how you know that you're all disingenuous, evil liars. Because you can't stay on point. If you was honest and upstanding, we'd be going point by point until we came to a conclusion, then be like, yep, you're right, you're wrong, and then we'd be peaceful and amicable or whatever between each other, and we'd get to a resolution. With the fact that you got to argue all these points, go round in circles, grab clips from here, they get disproven and debunked, and go round and round and round in circles, is because you guys are all bad actors and are disingenuous liars. I don't shotgun points out. I'm on one point at a time. You guys switch the points while I'm making a point about a point. Like, no one here, not once did I ever say that Josh was lying about his migraines. Not once. But Josh has just inserted that. He's just inserted that into the conversation as if I'd said that. And I've never said that anywhere. We're literally talking about him claiming to help and the context of which he was saying things being a lie. And then out of nowhere, Josh is now claiming that I've just said his migraines are a lie. Completely different point. Nobody ever made it, but it's just going to throw that out there into the conversation, which was never said, never claimed, never stated.
Opening compartment.
Now what?
You never said that he was lying about his migraines. No, when did I ever say he was lying about his migraines? You just said in the stream my health condition wasn't real, Joe. What are you talking? Is it? You're probably saying like I because you're lying about that, then I might have been, well, I might disbelieve that you're lying about your health condition as well. My position would be I don't actually know, do I? I don't know. So how could I know either way? If I'm saying that you're lying about your health condition, it's because you've been lying for like the past 2 hours on the stream. So then I'll start to doubt the validity of the health claim as well. Naturally, won't I? But I've never claimed right now in any specific thing while we're arguing about this point anything to do with saying that you're lying about your migraines. Not said it once. But now that I've said that, now you've got to go to a previous stream where I may have said or alluded to you maybe lying about your migraine. But we weren't talking about something happening in another stream. We're talking about right here, right now. So again, the points keep getting changed. Things keep getting moved around. No one stays on point. Look over here, look over there, look under the bed. No, he's over here. Go over there. Go back up over here. Go back to that one. Here's another point. We'll throw that in there. Just randomly bullshit over and over again. Nobody's staying on point. And if you was honest, good, righteous people who actually had good faith arguments, would be staying on points by points, getting to the exact conclusion and going, yep, you're right, Joe, because that's where the logic goes. And then that would be the end of it. But because you're all lying, deceiving people, you're never going to get to a resolution. You're going to keep spinning the wheel over and over again, spinning the wheel, spinning the wheel, spinning the wheel. This point, over there, look over here, under the bed, over the window, look over there. This point, oh, remember this point you said in a stream fucking 2 years ago? You remember this point that you said 2 years ago, Joe? Let me pull the clip up from 2 years ago that you mentioned one time in that one stream from 2 years ago. Remember this one, Joe? Randomly for no reason. We'll just throw that in there. That's just what it is. But we never stay on point ever. You're always on all over the place. As soon as I'm making any kind of point, you immediately swap the point to somewhere else. And that's how you know you're dealing with liars and deceivers, bro.
Felt that, did you?
I hate that fucking maneuver, man. It always fucking throws me out, man. The fucking acid, man. Acid splash fucking got me, bro. You fail consistency checks constantly. No, I don't. I'm the most consistent, the most logical, always on point, always stay on one point at a time, never having to maneuver and make other random points from other places. I'm always on point at a time. It's only you guys confusing, obfuscating, and complicating things and outright lying about things, misrepresenting things, and taking things out of context constantly. It's all you guys do. It's all you guys ever do. You can say you're not, but I've proven on stream time and time again that I am right. I just did moments ago, like 20 minutes ago. I just proved you all wrong.
Company compartment. Now we're talking.
Dom proved it, bro.
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Damn. Felt that, did you? How about some more? Go ahead! I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
Okay. Whoa, whoa. Fucking hell, almost escaped it, but fucking the double dodge timer, bro. I'm going to lurk and let this guy believe what he wants. I literally proven it, literally with perfect, eloquent logic, and you're just lurking, running away because you know I'm right and you can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how it is, isn't it, bro? No, only to anyone that actually isn't a liar and a deceiver and an evil person. Yeah.
Company compartment. Now we're talking.
Lying about my own health condition. How can I lie about my own health condition with medical records showing all of my health conditions? How can I lie about my health conditions when they're on record? IV medical I've medical records going back 17 years, so did I. Yeah, but this the point. I'm not saying that you're lying about your medical condition. Like you literally forgotten everything that I've just said, as if I'd never said it already. Within moments of just picking you up on this point, it's off the back of an argument that we've already just discussed and clarified And it's like you've forgotten the clarification and just proceeded to carry on with what you think is true. Yeah, after you've basically been lying for like the past 2 hours, so why wouldn't I think that you're lying about that as well? That would be the context that you're ignoring, Josh. That's the context you're ignoring, isn't it, Josh? No, I'm not saying that I did say it. I'm saying that will be the context, though, Josh. No, I'm not lying. I don't know what I actually said verbatim. However, if that was said, that will be the correct context that you've ignored. It'll be on the back of you lying for the past 2 or 3 hours prior to that that has caused me to doubt whether or not your medical condition is truthful either. That will be the correct context that you've ignored, that you're ignoring. Lying about sick, claiming that that he's trying to help me when there's no evidence that he was ever trying to help me. And for 2 hours on this point, there's no evidence he was trying to help me at all. And then he can't even concede and say, yeah, I can understand your perspective. He's still going to carry on saying what can't be proven to be true as a valid argument. And to keep pushing something that can't be proven true, then there's a disingenuousness about doing that, isn't there? And if you've got to keep doing it, despite how disingenuous it is, it's going to cause people to doubt the validity of the other things that you say as well. It wasn't, because the whole stream went on for hours arguing with Josh, so it obviously went on for a good hour or so. I didn't assume he was lying. We've already proven that he was lying, because the things that he's saying make no sense. They're complete lies. And if he wasn't lying, he would have been able to say, no, I can see how you could see that, and then would come to the conclusion and stop arguing. If he'd empathized with me to begin with, then he wouldn't have been in the situation to be offended. So even that in itself is a lie, because he's ignoring the context and assuming that it's not true. It's a lie in itself, in and of itself. There's multiple layers of lying and disingenuous behavior. So why wouldn't you, when all of this lying and disingenuous behavior is occurring, would you then believe the other things that this person would then say? Right? He's trying to push a context that's not real context, that ignores my context. To do that, you are fundamentally disingenuous. So why would anything that you say be taken as being valid? Why wouldn't I just distrust everything that person's ever said? No, it doesn't prove everything that he said. It literally proves that I'm right, and we just literally went over the stream and then gave you the correct context, and you're still denying the context now. And everything that I've said that you do, you're now doing now. So all you're doing is just proving what I've just said in the past hour correct. That you'll just ignore what's been said and keep cycling around the different points over and over again ad infinity. Over and over again. Won't stop. You literally, I'm saying what you'll do, and then you do it. So, like, who are people going to believe? The dude who keeps saying what you're going to do and it's accurately true? Or the dude who just keep doing the thing that the other person's saying that they keep doing? Like, who's going to believe who?
Insufficient power.
Oh shit, are we here already?
All power sources.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
I don't know why it didn't give me an auto aim there. I'm the accurate one here, Joe, not you. Well, I just proved that you're not the accurate one. We just literally proved it like 30 minutes ago that you're not the accurate one, that you're a liar and a disingenuous person. So when I went back and then explained all the obvious context that was clearly true, we clearly watched everything that I was saying and then explained it. When as soon as you got to the point where I said we're ignoring your context, I immediately explained under the context everybody just heard, and it clearly makes sense. It's clearly logically consistent, and then you're going to deny the argument because it doesn't suit you to do so. So you were proven wrong. You just won't accept that you've been proven wrong. But we all know that you've been proven wrong. So you can deny it as much as you like. You've got no argument or no basis to stand upon, except spread more lies, go to other points, and keep spinning the wheel of bullshit over and over again, and trying to confuse and obfuscate as much as possible so that passerbys and people that aren't in the minutiae of the entire argument will just not be able to keep up with the sheer amount of bullshit that you guys are spreading, which is the entire point. That's why you guys do it. That's why when I'm arguing with other dudes online, whether it's Locktar or some other dudes, they never have concise points. They'll have essays. The point is, they know that average passerbys that will read the thread or the comments aren't going to read an essay, and they'll just get the bite-sized points. Assume this guy must be telling the truth because he's writing an essay, and then just assume that whatever I say can't be true because this guy wrote an essay and this guy didn't write an essay. But nobody reads the essay. They only read the bullet points of what they're saying, and then the people who are passing by will just assume those people are correct, or it'll just be too complicated for people to keep up with to know who's actually right or wrong, and will just ignore it. That's why you guys who are disingenuous use the scattergun shotgun technique of shoot out as much bullshit as possible so that the argument is hard to track and difficult to follow, so that only us deceivers and devils know that we're the ones bullshitting, spinning this wheel around, so that no one else who's outside of our circle knows what's going on and can actually back up or defend Joe Blue if anyone were to come pass by. That's the whole point of it. So that no one else can get along and that you can just keep cycling this wheel of bullshit around. So it's so complicated, so far beyond just a simple discussion about a point that no one can keep up with what's going on, and you can infinitely just keep going around points so that no resolution is ever made. It can carry on in perpetuity over and over and over and over again, and no one else except other devils can get involved because no one else knows what the fuck's going on except for me, who's deep in it because I'm the source of the entire target, and you guys are all lying, deceiving motherfuckers, right? No one else can get involved, and that's why people will side with you and agree with you, because then people who are agreeing with you are the ones who are in on it to keep this wheel of bullshit spinning around. Everything that I said is completely consistent.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, it's not because you said so. That's the reason why. It must be because you said so. It can't be.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Look, I'm on the edge of that shit. Pressed it. The window's so narrow, man. Just like your trust me, I don't do any trust me bros. I just state the facts of what actually happened that can be verifiable or clearly understandable via logic. It's you guys doing the trust me bro shit, projecting it onto me. No, your stream doesn't back me up. Your stream doesn't back you up. It backs me up. We just proved that it did. You guys are just in denial. I said everyone argues against you all the time. Steam Cheaters is proof that you are wrong about the cheating. What would you say to that? I'm saying what I always say. It's called an appeal to consensus, logical fallacy. How many times have I got to tell it? How many times do you have to be repeated and told the same things over and over again until you learn? When are you going to learn what an appeal to consensus, logical fallacy is before you stop making them? Barney, when are you going to know that it's a logically fallacious position and stop making a logically fallacious position? When are you going to learn? Register what that is. Don't do that anymore. When is that going to happen? Or are you just going to keep being told what an appeal to consensus logical fallacy is over and over again?
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
So when you say you're right about cheating on Hunt because all the posts and videos are talking about cheaters, yeah, you can go literally into the forums and there'll always be a thread about people complaining about cheaters, yeah. So it must be a pretty big problem if there are people constantly complaining about cheaters all the time. Yeah. Should we go and have a quick look on the when we get into HDR full screen jank? Maybe we can just go through discussions, not screenshots. Web browser discussions. We'll go to all. No. Oh no, it's right there, bro. Here we go. Hunt showdown. Sad ass cheating fuckers. Cheaters are out of control. Blah blah blah. How the heck does matchmaking MMO work? So already on the first page, 2 threads about cheating. Weird bug or hacks, so more or less about cheating. Topic blocked by a blocked user, so that's somebody that I blocked because I suspect them of cheating. Show. Oh, it's Apney who is a cheater. This is the dude who called Scientology on me. This guy gave my number. Somehow got my mobile phone number and gave it to Scientology for them to ring me up for recruitment. So yeah, I would have this guy blocked. But yeah, first two pages anyway. Cheaters in them straight away. First page, 2 threads immediately about cheaters. Why would I be into Scientology?
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Damn, it needs power. Felt that, did you? How about some more?
I literally dodged. I dodged too early. So why is it okay for you to point to a group saying X but not for me? I'm not appealing to consensus. I'm appealing to something that people are doing, right? If cheating wasn't a problem, then there wouldn't be people talking about it, would there? But I'm not appealing to consensus. I'm just pointing to something that people do, which is complain about cheaters. So cheating must be bad if there's people complaining about it, right? I'm not appealing to a consensus. I'm not saying, oh, because everyone agrees with me, then I must be correct. I'm just pointing out what's happening. Like, if I'm running into a lot of cheaters in my games all the time, what I think of cheaters, cheating is a multi-million business, and there's so many YouTubers complaining about cheaters, YouTubers that specifically hunt for cheaters, and you got threads always appearing about cheaters all of the time, then logic, you might come to the conclusion, based on all of the evidence, that cheating is a problem, right? Because everyone's talking about it. It's the facts of what people are doing in relation to my own experience. My own experience is validated by everything that you can see. No one, when Ultimania rolls in chat and goes, I play games all the time and I don't run into any cheaters all the time. I can't verify that because I run into cheaters all of the time. So I can't verify that what he's saying is true. All I can do is look at the facts of the example, can't I? You think the Earth is flat, so what? You think space stuff is fake, literally is against nature. You're literally using an ad hominem now. You've now resorted to ad hominems. You're saying because you do this and because you do that, you can't possibly be right. But it assumes that I'm wrong about those things in the first place. You've already got a baked in assumption that you just think I'm wrong anyway, and then pointed to these other things that you also think I'm wrong about as being the proof of why I'm also wrong about this. You don't have any proof that I'm wrong about anything. It's just your opinion. You should just say there, instead of saying all these ad hominems, you should just say, I think you're wrong about everything. That's all you have to say. But you have to point to the things that I'm wrong about because you're trying to appeal to other people who wouldn't believe those things to go against me because you think those things are ridiculous. So you're using it as a tool to dissuade people against what I believe and against me rather than just saying, let's disagree with everything that you believe. You could just say that. It would have the same effect, but you don't do that because you want to apply these ridiculous conspiratorial things that you know most people are going to find it hard to believe because the purpose isn't to say that you disagree with me, it's to garner support against me. You have literally an agenda against me by literally having to say those things. You could just say you disagreed with me. But no, you have to point to these things as an attempt to get other people to be dissuaded against me. That's the purpose of it. Otherwise, you just say you disagree. They are ad hominems because they're personal attacks. You're basically saying, look at the crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy guy. He's a tinfoil hat conspiracy nut. He's a tinfoil hat loony. He's putting all the red strings everywhere. He's a lunatic. He's a loony. It's a person ad hominem, isn't it? Whereas you just say you disagree with me, but it's the point of what you disagree about that you want to be made public because you know that those topics are going to rally people against me. So the purpose isn't about disagreeing with me. It's about saying something that you know will garner support from other people to go against me, which only proves you're a disingenuous, lying, evil person. Because otherwise, you just say you disagree. You wouldn't need to make these ad hominem attacks of calling me a tinfoil hat person because they're not really relevant to the current argument. They're only there to tarnish my perception of my person to other people. That's the only reason why you're doing it. So it's already a disingenuous, illegitimate, evil position to be arguing from. And how could you possibly be correct if you have to use these methods? You asked me why I thought you were a Scientologist. What's conspiracy theory got to do with anything to do with Scientology? What's conspiracy got anything to do with Scientology? No, that's your opinion. You think these two things are the same, but they couldn't be further from the truth. One is a cult religion that uses completely made up science fiction that's not based upon anything. It's literally just used by evil people to literally psychologically abuse other people. That's its purpose of Scientology. And I'm just a conspiracy theorist that looks at things that happen and have some out there thoughts, man. But I'm not. I'm not in a cult, and I'm not a part of a cult. I'm not clicking on any links right now.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
Well, I'll probably forget later.
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
Damn, it needs power.
Literally, you can't press it on Q, man. It's because it's not important for me to click on it. Why would I remember to click on a link? Why are you making such another fallacious argument already? So because I'm going to forget some generic link that you posted in there, you're just going to use this as an attempt to personally attack about other things that I'm forgetting. Like, it doesn't need to be said, and only people who are, disingenuous would do that. Like, why else would you do it? You know what I mean? You don't use, like, tactics that good people will use against me. You don't stay on point. You just constantly having to say this. Fine, I won't recommend you content to watch anymore. Thanks, Joy. Okay. Well, I just assume that it's a Rick Astley or a Rick roll, isn't it? Is what I'm gonna think. Which is the reason why I'll just forget about it, because I'll just assume that it's just some bullshit you're trolling me with. It'll probably be the NASA drop with the feather and ball or whatever. Shall we see if I'm right? Shall we see if I'm right? I need to warn you about AI psychosis. Fucking, it's not even relevant, bro. I don't have AI psychosis. Again, just a link to troll, not to actually suggest content at all. So we've just proven live on air, Barney is a liar. Barney is a liar. That you was just suggesting content for me. That's what you're saying. Like you're trying to make it. Oh, but if yes, I was only trying to suggest content for you. Like it's some super amazing video for you to watch. But what it actually is just some video link to troll me about AI psychosis because you think I have AI psychosis. So you're just trolling me. Yeah, but suggesting content is under the assumption that, hey, here's a really interesting video that you might like. It could be about Resident Evil or something, actual content I'm going to digest. What you actually mean is, no, it's some content that I'm using to troll you with. That's the intent, but you're just going to hide it by this veneer of, I'm just trying to give you some content for you to watch. Just some nice little me giving some content, Joe, and you making me out to be a bad guy when really I'm trying to make fun of you and say you got AI psychosis. That's what I'm really doing. So we all know what you're trying to do and what you're actually doing. So when you're saying you got content, what you actually mean is, here's what I think you have and I'm trolling you. So you're being disingenuous and lying when you say it's content because we know what you actually meant. What? I'm dodging, bro.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Oh, dodged it too early. Fucking, I always do it too early, man. Hey, why'd I have to change the rhythm of it, man? It'd be so much easier if they didn't do these delayed rhythms in between the other attacks, man. But we all know that you did know what you were doing, Bonnie. We all know it, that you did. I think it's going to be the last time attempting this. I just don't think I'm in the right mentality to finish it.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
What? Dude, how fast? Dude, I'm pressing the dodge. Back to hunt then it is. Catch it laters, bro. Right, very last attempt and then I'm gone. What is the name of this boss? It's Nemesis, isn't it? The final boss of the game.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
In Scream. Also, easiest boss in the game. It's on Nightmare difficulty. On hardcore, it was super easy. Yeah, it was super easy on hardcore. Yeah, it was super easy on hardcore when I completed the game originally. Yeah, it was super easy to beat this boss on hardcore, but we're not on hardcore. We're on Nightmare. I don't have any of the defensive coins. I don't have any of those extra defensive coins that make it easier for you to take more damage, or the coins that give you the bigger window to dodge in. That if Josh had completed on Nightmare, probably used all those coins to give him all those stat boosts. I don't have any of those stat boosts. This is raw Nightmare difficulty with no helping hand whatsoever.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Dude, I'm on the absolute edge of this shit. Dude, I'm pressing the dodge on the fucking maneuver, man. Regardless of difficulty, it's difficult, sure, but it does not change the fact that it's the easiest boss of all the bosses in your fight. So then why are you ignoring the fact that I just said it was piss easy on hardcore, but this isn't hardcore, this is Nightmare. So I'm already telling you that it was easy as fuck on the lower difficulty, but on this difficulty, it's a lot harder. So why are you trying to contradict that by saying that? No, it's not piss easy on Nightmare. You haven't, you're just saying that. This is exactly why I've gone to Dark before, because you're trying to make out that it's super easy when it clearly isn't. Because Josh, if he did complete it on Nightmare, probably used all of these coins, recovery coins, all the defensive coins, the assault coins. Probably had all of these fucking extra coins on him. Where the other ones, probably infinite ammo weapons or some shit as well, man. He probably had all the boosts and all the things to make it super easy. Like, I ain't got none of this. I haven't got any of these extra hit pouches. Didn't start off any of these extra items. No assault coins. Greatly increase the attack power when held. Carry more to increase the effect. Iron defense coin. Increases the defense when held. Carry more to increase the effect. Recovery item. Gradually regenerate health. When held, carry more to increase the effect. You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably used up all these fucking coins, bro. Yeah, sure, bro. Whatever, man. I don't even think you did it on Nightmare. I think you're just there just to mock me, saying, oh, I did it. It was super easy. But when asked how you did it and how you beat it, don't remember. Migraines. I got migraines and I don't remember how I beat it. But I remember it was easy. Because I'm pretty sure you said it was hard, right? Because I asked you before, right? I said, well, it's a hard boss. Don't you remember the hard things that you said? And upon saying that, you didn't say, well, I found it really easy. You immediately went to, I have migraines and I don't remember. But it's funny how now, when you're here to mock me again, all of a sudden now you remember how easy it was. You remembered how easy it was. Before you had problems remembering these things because of your migraines and that. We had an argument about it. But now you remember how easy it was. It's difficult, but it was easy. It makes so much sense. Yeah, I understand now, yeah. No. We all know what's happening, bro. You never did it on Nightmare difficulty, bro. You never did it on Nightmare difficulty. Never played it on Nightmare. Yeah. That's why you got to insult me, because you know that it's true. We all know that you're lying, bro. Proven liar. Right. I'll catch you all guys later, man. I'm out of here. Peace. Laters.